Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Do you need an intermediary between the sun and the earth to tell what the earth needs to do and to put the sun in a position of work with earth? Does the sun negotiate, talk to someone to teach earth how to rotate, how to move, how to become that emotion of being earth? Or as now he has the control and understanding of his physical structure, it communicates with it direct, with the understanding of other fields and the environment. So the soul of the solar system, the sun, we call it the soul in the body of the man, does not need any intermediaries. As it interacts now, it has its dimension, it has its parameters, and it works. The biggest question now for you as a human race is this. If you understood this, that the sun and the solar system and the interplanetary system, and it does not need any intermediary negotiators, how do you as human race allow mullahs and ayatollahs to tell you how to feel between your soul and the solar physicality and your physical life, when now you understand your responsibility for it? This brings an end to abuse of religions, if you understand the principle of the knowledge. Why do we need to interrupt the physicality within the soul for it to conduct good, where we allow it to abuse when the physicality takes over the soul or engages the soul? This brings us a lot of understanding. This brings an end to the religions. This brings an end into the abuse in the name of the Creator, that not even single ray of the lights of the cosmic lights, universal lights or rays of the Creator ever reached Ayatollah Khamenei. How can he claim to be of it? The same with the Vatican. I put my life at risk, but I've been here for thousands of years. I just changed the rock. And we'll get you. The challenge was that the protector of the faith, the protector of the God's will, the God is here. Answer to it Otherwise, it will never end. The God is amalgamation of the souls of the humanity. This is a call for all the religions to end. A new challenge will show, will stand. My direct call goes to those who are set in Iran to protect the return of Mahdi. He has arrived. This arm. It's your own soul. You have to walk away with it. Now, when the Creator hasn't got intermediaries, but the people who inform of the knowledge, He does not intermediaries in the name of the mullahs, ayatollahs, Vaticans with the report of abuse, Jerusalem priests and what we call rabbis with the misleading of the conflict between the two nations and what they call one nation of Palestine. The same goes to the what we call Buddhist and the rest of it. Religions become what? When man understands religions means the conduct of the soul and not a way to what I call put it through is the phases of abuse. If you understand this process, if you understand how you can connect and how you are connected back the earth to the sun without intermediaries, then you should understand there is a bigger scale of work. The universe, the unicos, and other levels in between which man is not aware of, and finally the totality of the covenant from this end by knowledge. And our job is to come to and go back. To you, the cycle of coming and going back to maybe 50 or 80 years. To us, is billions of years. We have plenty of time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 474th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Education Department, and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Cremond, and I'll be host once again in these weekly Knowledge Seekers Workshops. And once again, we have the pleasure of our guest, Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who will be presenting today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe. I think you are ready to go there.
Yes, ready, willing, and able. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever and wherever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers programs of the Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute, we welcome you back. We welcome you back to extension of and extending the knowledge and understanding how and the way we are connected to each other, to the Creator and the rest. The intro we just heard, which is an extract from other part of the teaching, is if understood, will bring a different dimension into the life of knowledge seekers and humanity. The whole structure that we have gone through in the past few months and past few years, showing from the seed to the creation of the soul of the man and connection of the soul of the man inside the man to the outside through cosmic rays, and now understanding that cosmic rays themselves have a source, essence, and in a way we can talk about it and explain it because we have built it. We have access to the technology, and even as I said to one of knowledge seekers really recently in past few hours, even the systems we have made, which some of you have seen, you came to, and I heard a couple of them came yesterday, and then they went and broadcasted Rick's teaching yesterday morning live, what they felt in the system. This is all connections to cosmic ray. We are not magicians, we are scientists. We are here to abolish the phantom of everything which cannot be proven and made that we could understood. We explain it. If it's not understood, it takes time. When you comprehend it, then can be made, it becomes a technology. We call Keshe Foundation technology. This is why we convert the knowledge of the universe to a technology that man can understand. And not only man, in the future when man opens up to the universal community, finds out the universe has benefited from the technologies which human beings have developed over centuries and thousands of years. To you, is something simple you do use every day, but that essence of knowledge has been passed on to the universal community, and they use it when needed in their own way for their own lives. As we use some of their knowledges, which has been passed on to us in different ways over time. Communication has never stopped between the races of the Creator. It's just man who has chosen to be ignorant and close the door, first to himself by locking his soul within his physicality, and then locking this planet as a village to the rest of the universe. We are little by little opening this door, letting the sun shine in to the soul of the man and into the knowledge of humanity. In the last weeks, we spoke about cosmic rays. I hear loads of people, especially in Romania, are abusing this word to cheat others, especially Barbo. Stop this, which is not correct. In this process, you have to understand that cosmic rays is the essence of the creation. Cosmic rays are embodiment of the creation. Cosmic rays are where we have to understand the connection. Something which I have come to realize many knowledge seekers have not grasped is the conversion process that has baffled many of you in the past few months. We have and will live according to what I said at the last page of the book number 1. The Creator is the creator of all, and man converts from some. This conversion doesn't come by technology, that you convert electricity from one point of the another point of the energy of the structure of the life. It happens within the structure of the body of the man. We receive cosmic rays, which are abundant in the universe. It's created. Cosmic rays stacked up is like a block of apartments. Ground floor cannot exist without the other. And depends who lives in which bracket, in which level of it. So when we talk about cosmic rays, we're talking about the structure of the creation of life in the universe. The building block. How cosmic rays, one cosmic rays of a specific strength, build itself and connect itself to another cosmic ray of different strength. And how these rays, building blocks of the universe, are connected to each other. How can you go from the top floor to the bottom floor? Bottom floor doesn't exist, the top floor doesn't exist. As the universe is created, all the floors exist. It's for us to understand, do we go down the stairs or jump in the lift, or from very top, we get a parachute and drop down. This is the parachute of knowledge. You cannot do it. It took taken man millions of years, billions of years to get to whatever it is today, computer chips and electronics and everything else, where other races can get the parachute and jump down and get to it within understanding of the technology of the creation. So what is important for us as a step up in the knowledge of creation is very simple. What is our job? What has been the job of our physicality in this conversion? And how does it use it? We get the water from the waterfall and we put a rotating something in it and we take electricity out of it. We call it the generator. We convert it. And then again, it's water. It's the same water. So what happens with us? We are in the same position. The cosmic rays arrive to the body of the man. Within the structure of the physicality of the body of the man, which is mainly the bone and what we call the skull, it converts back into, releases energy, and then in that process carries on. We don't absorb all the energies. There is nothing in the universe, any difference between what we produce as the power generators in the dams in converting the energy with the same water flow as in the brain of the man. This is what we have not understood. And all we did, we relied on this part to be fed, and we kill for it, to keep a little bit this part going. The brain of the man receives most of its information, for the essence of its creation is soul, from the cosmic rays. The body of the man, the amount of the food we consume, we kill for, hardly adds much to it, but it brings it into balance. We can get this from cosmic rays in a different way without killing. It's just that we have to open our understanding. We have opened this door of the soul of the man to be able to absorb bigger spectrum and smaller spectrums, stronger spectrums of fields of the universe. So in a way, we live in a converter generator of universe. We call it the brain of the man. But in essence, if we look at it, if we understand it, we very easily, we talk about Mr. Cohen. But look at the characteristics of Mr. Cohen. There are. We call it carbon 12. So what happens to the man? How man actually works with this thing? He receives 14, converts it to 12, picks the energy up, and the balance leaves. The generator, the converter, is the carbon, in conjunction with what we call hydrogen itself, which is the best essence of the creation of it, is the origin of it. In a way, the two connect to each other. And in connecting with each other, allow release of the energy of the cosmic rays from carbon 14 to carbon 12, which becomes the energy, and then in the process of understanding the same, with the hydrogen and the oxygen coming together, we see what we call release, creation, whole gravity of the energy. So, in fact, if man understands this and allows his soul to expand, understand the expansion of, we really do not need much, because in this process, we become the converter of the totality within the center. And then what happens? This is what we do with you. When you go in the system, and you're proud to go, Rick's program and talk about. We allow the carbon-14 within the center to go beyond the skull, and restriction of the limitation of energy absorbs conversion, and now voila, you're on the track. That's all it is. This is what the purpose of these teachings has been. For you, when we talk that we bring your soul to expand, is the central energy to come out of the prison lock of the skull of the man, which limits, converts the 14 to 12. Now, when you come on the motorway, you can go anywhere. It is sacrosanct that men understand this process of conversion of carbon-14 and 12. Carbon-14, we need one carbon-14 to feed the whole of the universe. If you understand. Because carbon-14, in understanding of the man, is an order. It's crystal structure. Carbon-14, if you go in its matter state, has the 6 electrons. But embedded within it has the extra protons, the extra, what we call neutrons. Whatever you put it, the shape you put it. We call it energy packs. These extra neutrons inside, these extra plasmas create a condition that the energy expands. It becomes order. If you have a gas, if you have an element, in a matter state, it's solid, you touch it. In a gas state, still you smell it, but no smell is there. But if you convert the same gas into order, into crystal structure, into what we call gas of itself, it becomes order. Which means it has a smell. If you understand this, and you understood what I explained in the beginning, you'll understand the way we smell each other. Oh, the smell of this. You smell the dog, you smell the carpet. Man, when understand this, then it can smell galaxies. You can smell a planet. Has a specific carbon strength connection in a dimension of its order that we see it as it lights to us as a smell. But we have chosen only to see the light of it. Our knowledge never expanded. We never understood what carbon-14 is. We never understood why we call it a carbon-14 to the knowledge of the man. Is extension, amalgamation of simple, what we call deuterium. Balance and energy. The reason carbon-14 can travel the span of the universe is because it's got those additional neutrons, or what I call protons, amalgamated to be as neutrons. Extra energy pack in the level and in parallel and in working condition of the hydrogen, which is origin of itself. In a way, it gets piggyback on the hydrogen, which created itself on its magnetic field strength. We see the carbon-14 behavior in the universe, but it's actually, if we go inside it, we see it has a tracker. It's very much like, we call it the time of Hitler. They put a beam and they put the planes to go from Germany to England down that beam. Carbon-14 is that plane. The beam of the information connection is done through hydrogen. and mainly the structure of deuterium of the hydrogen. In a way, if we look at it, deuterium again is one element twinned, the nucleus and the electron. Where the nucleus itself, again through interaction of the proton and neutron, is balanced itself again. Deuterium is a stable structure of the life in a bigger dimension. And then if you look at the carbon-14 and carbon-12, you see the same characteristics again. Totality in addition extra. In a way, if we allow carbon-14 to interact, we understand the behavior of carbon-14 in entirety of what it says, with that extra bit in the middle, and we can expand the knowledge to understanding of the totality of the interaction of the plasma. We can create any cosmic ray through radiation of interaction of the central structure of the carbon particle. This is how you can produce from gamma rays and X-rays and the rest of it, by influencing the central structure of the carbon-14. Because you have the original structure of the neutrons and protons, which gave the structure of the 6 electrons as totality. But in effect, you have a loose body which can grind. In the world of the physics, the misfunctioning of the understanding of it is not that they're all sitting in one. They double and they double, and then the doubly doubles as one, and you have an outsider which grinds on. What would you like? From weapon technology to gamma rays and X-rays to see how is your body working. The radiations I can create out of carbon-14, understanding the knowledge of it, is beyond man's understanding. Because I can speed up the transformation even over the speed of the cosmic rays at the highest level, reaching up. The interaction, understanding of the extra bit in carbon-14 is this parachute, or elevator to take man up to what he wants. This is how and why I explain in the teachings that I can make any nuclear material, which the plutonium and uranium are absolutely child's play in this field of understanding. In the space reactors in Tehran, when we built it, we did nothing but producing helium and hydrogen. When you go into the structure of the original patent, even in the book, in a hidden way, I speak about centralization. What is centralization? Centralization is squeezing the extra part for the element which already behaves as a gas and an odor to release what I want. If you don't understand this, it's very simple. Very, very simple. And that is, how many of you change your internal structure? Your colons, your intestine, your stomach, your heart? None. You cannot. It's with you from the beginning of the time, the way you developed it. But all of you pass gases with different smell from either end of the human body. You never ate the gas. But how come the gas today has a different smell than tomorrow? This is how the conversion comes. The body of the man has used to changing the structure to create different smell. So if your body can create different smell, I can create different dimension of nuclear weapon technology the man has not even dreamt of. Using the colons and the stomach of the man with the odor and understanding carbon-14. I need one atom to create the right order with covering the whole of this planet to change the mentality of the man, make you all not believe even in yourself. You don't even can accept I exist. All make you so religious that you all hang yourself. You want to be the way that Christ went. Depends how I play with it. Depends how the stomach today changes the feel the strength and changing a gas to odor. When you say, darling, you smell so good, and the other one you kick the darling to the wall, can you stop making the smells? One is the smell of love, and one is a weapon technology to kick. Now you understand why we go into the dimension of carbon-14, why we go into the dimension of understanding the essence of creation, why in every structure we create, we have a hydrogen inside, and interaction of the hydrogen in combination of itself with itself and surplus energies, every planet creates carbon-14. That's his fingerprint. This is what it is. Because this is what we do. This is what the knowledge of the creation is. If you understand it, is look at the micro and look at the macro. Is your colon and your stomach changing order? Bigger size is the smell of the galaxies, the universe, and the rest. The time will come when the human race returning back to Earth from billions of kilometers away, the children of man say, oh, we can smell Earth. It's like the way you walk somewhere. I can smell roses. Where are the roses? The limitation of understanding is the limitation of prejudice of man about the knowledge of the creation and nothing else. Then it comes to the point that do we have to, in essence of the creation, to understand the work of hydrogen? So passively in the world of physics and knowledge of today, we dismiss it, just hydrogen. Give me hydrogen and I create creation. Give me hydrogen, I can annihilate the whole of the universe. This is what the knowledge is. In the body of the man, we have created two little holes and the skull. And within the skull, we have hidden the gem of the soul of the man. If you look at it from the top, this is what you are. The two little holes. And this is your skull. And there sits the soul of the man. The body of the man lives two dimensions of life. Life of physicality and life of connection of the soul of the man with the rest of the universe. And then in that position, man has created another gem. You call it the nose of the man. When others, when the field conversion of the fields of the universe in a different way arrives to man. The same way you have created what you call the mouth of the man. Again, through the same process. You feed the soul again. The whole purpose of breathing, seeing, eating, and the body of man is nothing but to absorb as much possible in different combination energies, which depends on which way we push it. The clever soul of the man, when he created, when he understood what he needs, he created the eye of the man, where has no limitation, restriction, and it can go through and more or less direct full carbon-14 interaction. Where the rest have a filter called the bone, the calcium. And this is why in every cell of the man, you cannot have a single cell in the body which doesn't carry seed of calcium. Connecting, jailing the man to the physicality of this planet. Now, when we look through the eye of the man, we see the physicality. But two rays at the same time come out of this hole. One, you see the physical life, and one, you see the dimension to what we call universe. That's how man is a schizophrenic. The soul through the eye hole, doesn't matter if it's open or closed, sees, gets in touch, sees the mother, talks to the mother who died 20 years ago. We had it yesterday. The lady came in and I said, you can fly to the moon. She says, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to see my dead husband. And she was adamant. I said, okay, carry on. She wanted to see. And then I said, now ask your husband to come and see you. He came to see. Man with the eye decides to ignore even what's in front of it. Because we are not ready. Well, what we've done, not correct, to see in the dimension of the soul, in a connection to what carbon-14 is. In a way, if you look at it, man wears a goggle for night vision, and the other eye hasn't got. He sees normal. Have you ever done that? Have you ever wore a night vision half animal physical? Just your eye. It's a funny world. And this is what the man is. The other eye, the other part is the strength of the carbon-14, which we have denied. And we have chosen only during the physical time of us to report back this to our soul or to a structure of our brain, the totality of what we want. This is why, as a humans, we always remember the dream. We see visual. Because carbon-14, which creates visuality to us, most of it comes through this hole. This is why when you came into the systems, some 300-400 of you, more or less, up to now, I tell you, did you see or did you feel? If you felt, you have expanded the soul. If you see, you've seen through the eye of the soul, through the peephole of the eye cavity. And the beauty of it is that we have chosen only during the awakeness or awareness to accept only, live only this way, physicality. Even though carbon-14 vision still comes in. We have trained our brain to only believe these guys and recognize it and I accept it. It's very much like Chinese. When I look at the Chinese broadcasters, especially women, just go on the Chinese channel while even we are talking and look at their broadcasters. Their eye, when you look at them, looking straight at you, is one is here and the other one is there. In a way, they receive two information from the same source. But the eye, the brain has decided that we're going to accept only whatever comes to this eye, the other one we ignore. Chinese see two visions in their brain. And they have decided in their structure that which one they're going to accept as a true picture. You don't see a Chinese going to shake your hand and shake your head. He knows which eye recognizes this is the right one, and then next time I choose this one because it's a different angle. We already in a physical dimension have chosen acceptance of the singularity or collective fields which arrives to us, and our brain recognizes. So now you can see what our Chinese friends are in dilemma with. None. Because the soul sees the whole lot in the dimension of the karma 14. And this is the brain of the man which has created this mayhem for the man and created business in the name of religion. Because you all can see, you all have connection to your creator and the creation, and Ayatollah says, no, 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 we only accept this one. Forget about the rest. Because with this, I can fool you. With this, no one can fool you. And this is what the teaching is about. To show you to live with the dimension of information of the universe, that you cannot be fooled. You know, if you are seeing the information comes, even it says, oh, I was daydreaming. Yes, because your brain at that point decided to choose this ray and ignores the physicality. That's why you call it daydream. I was halfway, and then you wake up and you do something else because of the dream. You are going, crossing the road, the soul sees the accident and tells the physicality, you had enough, I take over, pulls you back, or makes you run. Or you get hit in a condition that you should die, but you walk away. It's not coincidental, because the soul has created itself to protect itself, that field of protection. Physicality hits the plasma, nothing happens. Then plasma retracts to the brain and you walk off. You say, wow, anybody else would have died. No, you haven't understood the schizophrenic life of the man. The other one took over for that instance. Now we understand. Now we have no choice but to comprehend the process of the creation. We are not here soul takers. We are here to teach you to understand the operation of your soul. When we said in the peace treaty, I commit my soul and physicality to peace, Brazilians, most of them crossed out, we're giving our soul to Christ. Now you know what you denied as Brazilians, as the Christians, and those who accuse Keshe Foundation to be in the process of taking your soul. Because they never understood that a bunch of pedophiles, child abusers in the name of the people who kicked out of the Keshe Foundation. The whole family has been to prison because they abused the physicality of a child to be abusers. To abuse the physicality, that the soul cannot see the reality. And then they covered in the name of the religion, the churches, the mosques, and everything else. Understand the process of the creation. Understand who fools you. In in the name of the God, in the churches, you don't need anymore when you understand the connection. When you understand the process of the reality of the life in the universe. Then nobody can fool you. Nobody can tell you something because you decide. You go back to the source, into your soul, and say, is this correct? Did Christ do such a thing? And the contact many of you have done, you get in touch with the soul of the Christ. He's there, you see it through the what we call the information line of the soul, and he explains to you how he resurrected. You don't need me anymore, you don't need any other scientist to explain to you. Only the abusers say he wants to take your soul, because then their hands opens up. Why did we kick one of the Belgians out of the Keshe Foundation 3 years ago? Because 5 years we planning to get rid of it, because we found out they're connected to the most aggressive pedophiles groups in the Keshe Foundation in the world. Why did we have all the Keshe Foundation always attacked and be surrounded by pedophiles? Because one of their heads was sitting next to me all the time, with the history of life, pedophilia from age of 13 in prisons, juvenile custodies, and the whole family in prison. Go and check what the Ayatollah says, and check what people, they tell you somebody is dead, they want to divert you because they can't abuse you, they can't abuse your children. The whole family, brother and sister, have track records of abusing children, even in their 30s and 40s, raping boys and the rest. They can't stop. They use the Keshe Foundation, and they, when we put the truth out, what did you do? He's a soul taker. He's after your soul. Doesn't tell you I'm a pedophile. I work in and I'm part of the structure. I went to prison for it from age of 13. Now you understand how they try to break up when the truth comes out. This is you who have to do the investigation, not us. This is how religions have been used to divert you to the physicality that they can abuse your soul. This is how in space no one can fool you, in no name of religion. You look the bandwidth, you look the strength, you smell the odor, then you find out. And then you see where the odor comes from, what the strength it carries. Is it the smell which suits me? When you stand in front of another creature in the universe, you have no eyes. Your eyeballs, the liquid it carries is not operative in different depths of the universe. You have to rely, and the only weapon you have, the only tools you have is this. The dimension of the strength of the soul of the man, the essence of the carbon 14 and its combination and its interaction with this line of communication of hydrogen. What smell does it create? To the sense of the soul, not your nose. Your nose does not work. Little virus called COVID made half of you not to smell, so you can see what's going to happen to you in space. How many of you had COVID and lost your sense of smell and taste? That's the taste of what to come in space. When we talk about the smell in the space, is understanding the strengths that arise with you and explains what is to come, what is the field is arriving or you're going to. The smell is not, the odor is not what you call is roses. It's the field identification and strength that it becomes the essence of what you call odor. This is what I explained to you. There are so many senses that man have not understood yet. This is how life is in space. In a way, if you look at it, man should learn two things. And a physicality, which has different characteristics of itself. And it has its own interaction of the fields, what we call the spirit. Where the interaction of the two creates that hydrogen, that existence of conformation of being there. Where the three are totally separate. Where the physicality stands on its own structure in interaction with the field of this planet. The soul stands with the energies of the physicality conversion in a gas state and matter state. And where the soul stands as central feeder control of the connection with the universe and itself. Then you understand why when you came to the what you call original setting of the Keshe Foundation in the what you call lens, we gave you 3 chairs. We freed you from this, we send you to this. We freed that and we sent you to this. And then when you were freed, you were sent to the system which has no dimension. Then you were connected to the universe in different dimensions. When you came back, we took you back through 3, 2, 1 and come out. This is how it is, this is all. You never understood that time. As I said, I'm no magician. Now you understand, I explained to you. Each one was set at a given strength to be able to interact with the energy level of that point, where here you have in your body your soul, where you have it there. And knowing we freed it, we allowed it to expand. And then you went to see the husband who passed away, you went to the moon and the rest of it on the line of carbon-14 interaction according to the fields which this sent out they want. Now you understand. The world of the science has to be paramount over any hypocrisy, with no assumption. No cheating, like we know who cheated us with E = mc squared with all assumptions. Another Ayatollah in the name of Einstein. Now you have the freedom of the knowledge. Now you have the command of understanding according to your intelligence. No one in space can fool you. And you don't need to have what I call the Chinese eyes not to know which way it comes. When I lived in China many, many times, I told this to Wang Lin once too. I wonder what the Chinese see us as. Not us as foreigners, themselves, another man, when you have an eye disposition. And what would happen if we bring the 2 eyes in the position of accepting both? This disposition of the eye in the Chinese is because of the shape of the skull, which has forced the brain in a position that it has to force the eye angle of observation of light. If we manage to expand the skull of the Chinese, you'll see the eye center goes back to center, like most do. And this position of the eye, the color of the eye, allows absorption of the different field strengths and brings different intelligence. The blue eyes, the green eyes, the brown eyes, the up-center eyes, all this leads to creation of certain characteristics, certain behavior. Northern Europeans with blue eyes are like this. Africans with their skin and that are like this. Because it's the rays we convert from the universe in us, which allows us to store that energy to be capacitance to certain behavior. This is why we become race prejudiced and color prejudiced, because we don't understand that with that we absorb different rays of creator. And different rays brings different character, different behavior. Now we have a problem within the race of the man with the color. Oh my God, eyes, shape, white but Chinese, white but Korean, white but European, oh black this. If you as a race have a problem with the structure of your own, God help you with the universe and the fields of the created things which you come across. You'll be forever prejudiced even about your own existence. Because the rays comes through the dimension of the soul. And how are you going to behave without that? When we say we make one race out of the man, we make one race out of the creation, not only the man. But at the moment, that's all you understand. The new gimmick of one faith. All the religions meet together. What the hullabaloo. But we still do what we like. We come here to cheat you because now we have problems between ourselves. You cannot do this in space. You have to understand the structure of how, what you see, what is converted in you, from which platform, from which floor of the rays of the fields of the universe. When we speak, when we understand this structure, then you understand that different kind of lives are created on each floor, each level. Certain fields from the center which weakens in one dimension and strengthens in the other works. One will be looking black and one looking like Chinese. If you look at the race of the man, accepting the philosophy and theology of today that the race of the man is started from Central Africa and expanded out, wow, you should understand what your soul has done to humanity. You came out, went that way, the ultimate color and race on the right has become Chinese looking. You came up and went the other way, you became blonde and blue on the other side. But in essence, you all came from the same. And from this same of Central Africa, you came from the central soul of the Creator. How many times in the course of billions of years, this has divided? But in essence comes from the same. Now you understand, in the world, in the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, there is no place for theology, as the theology is part of the creation of the physicality, of the science of existence. No one can fool you. In the time when man educated enough, when it goes to space, when you see somebody from this race here and this race here and that race there, oh, I know where you come from, because the field at this place was stronger, so you should look like this and this and that. We start recognizing condition of the interaction of the field of the universe and the position dimension of the manifestation. Though we have no choice but to become the observers of the universe and the givers to it by path, by line, by understanding of the totality. And this will become as part of the work of the Keshe Foundation in time to come. Now, today, for the first time, we talk about the order of the universe with you and the rest of it. Now I have to create that order for you to smell, to understand, to see, to trust, to go to the next level of understanding. The whole structure of the teaching is a teaching of the knowledge of the Creator, not the Keshe Foundation. We are just a name. Appeared in the name of everything which you have seen in your life. From Jesus, from Moses to Tesla. It's all the same essence. All to bring man to the point of today, that man can open his eyes to the rest of the creation and become a passenger of the universe, to understand how the universe works, who carries, who takes a piggyback, and who actually is the owner. It's for you to become the judge of it, not for us to create another court to judge. As I said, when a man is Bodhisattva of Mitra, there will be no courts, because man judges himself. When you go into the depth of the knowledge of the creation, you don't need any intermediary, because you can analyze it yourself. You can break it open. You can understand it. And then it gives you freedom. It gives you no prejudice, and not being prejudiced is a freedom which man needs in the space to be able to live. You came here years ago to find a UFO. Now you found your soul. A faster, zero time transportation communication. And this is not what you bargained for, because you were happy with the donkey of UFO. Your gift is given. It's for you to understand it and to, in a way, add to it from what you receive, that it becomes a creator of the next cycle. As I said very recently, we had what we call Corona children. Many people had Corona children because they were sitting at home and now had nothing to do, and they created cronies. And as I said to a knowledge seeker, now we have the children of Mitra. Many knowledge seekers are conceiving children to create the cycle of Mitra, as the time is for it. But which child will carry that essence is a gift from the soul of the parents, and not chances of life. We will see this generation coming up, and with them they know each other, recognize each other, are created from the soul, and does not matter if the eye is Chinese, black or white. They see through the soul. They carry no prejudices, and are ready to be the what we call citizens of the universe, not citizens of the village of the earth. The cycle of life does not matter where in the universe, it's the same. It's for the citizens of it to understand the culture of it and the way it came to be, and respect it. Thou shalt not kill. It's not to kill another man, which was interpreted by now. Thou shalt not kill an animal. Thou shalt not kill another citizen of this planet. Thou shalt not kill another citizen of the universe. Because thou knows how to tap into the energy without killing. That's the whole message. Thou shalt not kill. Because thou will have the understanding and the knowledge that does not need to kill. we fulfill the promises in the true essence of it, and not just by the word and verb of it. Because you know how to tap into the energies of the universe. You came to the center, you saw, and you went, and you swam with the fishes, and you saw the ex-husbands, and the present husbands, and the future husband, and everything else. Because you was not you, it's the soul of you who showed you the path. This is what is to come. This is what we try to expand into energy. This is how in the coming time I show you how to convert carbon 14 into carbon 12 and back to 14 that you live. Keshe Foundation today, at this moment, has made access and developed what we call the machine which can create the solar plasma. Solar plasma generator is in our hand, has been made physical. And it works. And it will work exactly in the essence of interaction of the soul without the matter state coming into it. Now that our knowledge seekers have understood this, you will see even the enhancement units will change in the next few weeks. Because we have managed to access, to teach our knowledge seekers to create the first soul plasma creator. The soul generator is with us, and it's not that you can do anything with it. The only thing you can benefit by it is to elevate your soul to be able to interact with other souls without physicality. Many of you will rise the dead the same as Christ did, because you touch the soul. Physicality is just a gimmick. And those who built it the first time, they have felt it. The strength of it, the emotion of it, and the truth about it. Then there shall be no illness amongst the children of the man, and there will be no ill intentions amongst the children of the man. In our knowledge seekers, understanding and accessing this new technology, already the next generation of the enhancement plasma units has gone into operation to be built. It's a leap of centuries, thousands of years of research from now. Man would not have achieved this even coming another hundreds of years. It's a gift for the sincerity of people who work with us. And you benefit because of their sincerity and the way it has worked. Plasma soul generators are so powerful that once man holds them in his hand, will see the Creator's dimension of creation and the power which it carries. Only a fool will be memorized, and a fool will abuse. This should make you more humble and, in a way, obedient to the laws of the Mitra and nothing else. It's not what we talk. Now we have developed the technology which creates carbon-14 as the strength of the soul without the conversion of the physicality of the man, conversion from carbon-12 to the essence of the creation of its base, which is the hydrogen. In a way, we have created for the first time a system which generates nothing but fields as the strength of the soul of the Creator. Those who hold it understand its power and majesty. Those who abuse it will see the annihilation of their race. As simple as that. And once you touch it, it'll stay with you and it becomes accessible to the fields of the universe. In the next few weeks, we show you this system. maybe with it will bring the change to humanity. The essence of the creation, the essence of all these teachings of the Keshe Foundation is for man to mature, that understand the process of the creation, that no magician can fool it in space and divert it and detract it from the path to the Creator. That's all. The religions, by their name, they distracted man from the path to his Creator. Now we won't allow it in the space, that there be no religion, except understanding of the man, of the knowledge of the creation. We go for a break, we come back, and we answer your questions. But today's gift to you is to understand the system which creates the soul of the man is within the grasp and within the hand of the man. There is one unit existing already on this planet. And this is a gift we brought with us for you to mature. Not to be bamboozled by it and make it another dimension of magician, but to understand the science of it, that you can use it in every dimension of the creation. We'll go for a small break and come back, and we carry on.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, this is the 474th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. As Mr. Keshe mentioned, we'll take a few minutes for commercial messages and be back shortly.
The new Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit. A plasma space technology to prepare humanity for transportation and transmutation in deep space. Essential processes are embedded to prevent mutations and psychosomatic conditions during deep space travel. This new system is designed to support upper body conditions, especially of the lungs and intestines, and can be targeted specifically for each organ. When inside the Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the body experiences balance in totality, enabling it to correct and rebalance all the fields within itself. The new Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a dimension in health and transportation never seen before.
Okay, we're back again at the 474th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. And generally in this second half, Mr. Keshe answers questions from people. Is that how you'd like to proceed today, Mr. Keshe?
As usual, we never change. If there are any questions? I received a couple of questions in the background, which I prefer to refrain from answering it, especially about the situation with the person we kicked out about 3 years ago out of the Keshe Foundation and what we revealed today. This is now in the hand of the courts. This is not allegation. And we did not know that the lady has been deeply involved in pedophile groups. And that's why they were following us like Alan and Sterling and the rest of it. And living a double life has caused us a lot of problems, brought me personally a lot of harshness. But now we understand why, and we prefer to stay out of, or not to go public with it till the courts in Austria decide on the future of this decision. There's a long history, family pedophilia and prison sentences for abusing children. And even the lady has been put in custody from a young age, being part of this massive organization. And when we found out, it took us time to align that doesn't damage the foundation, and it brought me a lot of personal hardship, but it's part of it. We don't make allegations. Get in touch with authorities in police in Austria, sorry, in Belgium, and you find out. And we don't want to go any more deeper than this because now it's the case in courts, and a lot of what's called perjury has been done with this. And just be careful who and how you come in touch with this person and the people around it. All your IPs and everything else is in danger. That's how they operate. That's how Alan Sterling got to a lot of children, and the biggest group we saw. 7,000 people have gone into prison with Alan Sterling up to now. And we didn't know how they locked into Keshe Foundation. Since past 3 years, we've seen most of it all gone because the head has been moved out. There's no more access to abuse. And I'm very sorry to put it this way in the teaching, but it's my responsibility to protect the knowledge seekers, and we've done our best to do, but keep away from this individual. Don't take my word because of my personal reasons. Go to the courts and the prison sentences, and brothers will even abuse boys in age of 34. It's inherited, it's ingrained in their blood, and your children and your family is in danger. And they usually go for the families with the daughter. Just be careful. I have to warn you, those of you who associate yourself with this person, understand what you're in with. And it's not allegation, that the courts of the Austria speak, and then we understand. Deep association, ingrained in pedophilia, and being part of it, because you're part of it when you bring children in and is involved in that. Just be careful, please. Any other question?
Okay, I'm picking a question out of our Q&A because it seems to be relevant to the teaching today. From Carlos, who says, "Good morning, Mr. Keshe and all seekers of knowledge. Could you guide us better on the essence of creation in which it is sacrosanct that man understands the conversion of carbon-14 in the creation of cosmic rays in the extension and amalgamation of deuterium. We appreciate the guidance.
You got to understand, the world of creation is like the son of man. It's, as I said many times, we said, it starts from magnetic field, leads to plasma. Interaction of the plasmas leads to creation of physics. Interaction of one or two more physical entities brings chemistry. And interaction and completion of few more physical states, which brings the chemistry, brings biology. More element interacting in different, that's how our science is divided without us knowing. We say I'm physicist, biologist, or chemist. In a way, where do I jump in? And then interaction of the biological structure leads to creation of a plasma of the soul, intelligence. And then so we go back to the beginning again, because now this radiates and it goes back to the beginning. I'm the beginning, I'm the end. So when it's a ray, we call it fields, cosmic rays. Their interaction brings us plasma. Plasma of an electron and the plasma of a proton brings us hydrogen. When we get a couple of hydrogens, field interactions, we get copper, zinc, or whatever. And then when you add zinc with copper, we put a bit of oxygen, a bit of carbon, nitrogen in it, we get the neural system, we get biology, we go from chemistry to biology. And then when we put these together, we get the soul of physicality, we call it the spirit. And that spirit, in interaction with bigger plasma, creates the soul of the man, and then the soul of the man back with the rays of the universe, back to the beginning. It all depends on when and where we come to this point. Where and how we come to this point. And would we like to call ourselves plasma physicists, plasma chemists, plasma biologists, plasma soulist, or plasma soul of physicality, or whatever? We will hear these very soon. When our scientists understand the work of the plasma, we will hear very soon I'm plasma physicists, plasma chemists, as it's coming up. Because I look at the physics through the world of the field interaction we call plasma, not as a matter state. So you don't need guidance. It's just you got to decide which part of the interaction and which part of the collective interaction of the fields you need to interact with. Which and how you need to interact with. Then the rest is yours. Go back to what I said before many times. Some of the world leaders will not walk into these systems because their own soul rejects them, because their soul of physicality, and physicality does not obey the laws. In the past few weeks, we are negotiating with world leaders directly, with presidents and head of the states. Keshe Foundation has entered into very deep negotiations with world leaders. Some of you who are close to us know, because you're part of it. And in some cases, you might hear we are. But we're preparing this for the 24th of March, when we ask you to dine with the soul of the world leaders to bring world peace. We had a very successful 20th dining with the Creator. On the 24th, I think it is, of March, we ask you all to join us collectively to meet, to sit with the soul of the world leaders. Not to elevate them, but to put across what us as the citizens of this planet require from them. In a way, it's the first time Keshe Foundation on 24th invites the Universal Council to be present. It's their obligation to be present in that meeting. Where we change, we elevated the soul. Now is time for man to, not to demand, but to put on the table what we expect as citizens from our world leaders. We have many of you who are in the background, work with us. You brought to us, you bring to us, or we are negotiating with different government and world leaders in the past 3 weeks, preparing for March meeting. If we succeed, we will have 2 or 3 world leaders with us in that session. They'll be hidden in the background for security reasons. We have world leaders for sure, and ambassadors of the governments from African nations. A number of African nations, ambassadors and world leaders will be on 24th online with us. What do we need? What do we expect? What is the next step for us to work through the soul and not through the physicality? It's your job as the citizens of your nation to represent your nation in 24th meeting. And through your soul, because you understand the culture of your presidents, your heads of nations, bring that change. And it was the first time we put Universal Council on the meetings, that they themselves start being the intermediary between the world leaders and the universal community. We don't expect anything, we just set the scene. It's you who have to play the game of the change. Understand what it is, understand what it needs, understand what to be done. We had yesterday knowledge seekers in the system. He's very devoted, he's very emotional. He says, I've come to give to all the knowledge seekers. I let him do. And then I went to him and says, now ask what you want from the knowledge seekers. What do you expect of them for you? What we always say to give. Let's see what they're giving to you, not you're taking from them. If you feel it, if you feel their love, if you feel their touch, if you feel their existence, now there's no guidance, it's understanding. And in that understanding, elevating your own soul. And being that converter, as I showed, to go through carbon 14, you become a carbon 12, you use it and you let go, which you don't have as carbon 14. Then what would you let go on the carbon 14? You converted it. What are you releasing? It came in at the field of no identity, interacted with your soul. What does that carbon 14 takes with it? Essence of love, essence of equality, essence of creation in the completion of a cycle. What are you putting back on that track when it leaves you? This is what all it is. No more. And how we handle this knowledge, how we interact with this knowledge, and how we don't abuse this knowledge but make it available to the others to reach the elevation of the understanding we have reached, and they add theirs to it. This is all the essence of the teaching, nothing else. We still have to keep with the physical world, make this, make that. What else can we do? Shall we sit just because we know everything on the side of the street and become a hermit? Or work in a way to bring a new dimension of, what do you call it, better life, understanding of the life with others. You don't see a bunch of people around the universe sitting all over the place. They're all busy, they're all still going there. You see the UFOs, they're still trying to go and see something. You choose a dimension of physicality, you have to waste time. But how do you spend that time, or you waste that time? That's your decision. Let me explain to you something maybe you have not ever thought about, maybe you have. You all dreamt till 5 years ago, 10 years ago, some of you to understand how the UFO works and go on these things which they fly so fast. Now you have a knowledge beyond that. But what do you think passengers of these crafts do? Do you think they sit there around just waiting to go another 1,000 years to another destination? Or as our scientist says, 1,000 light years? People are not idle and sit just there idle waiting for the next. Have you seen these space sci-fi movies? Have you ever seen rubbish anywhere? Have you seen dirty windows? Have you seen any of them starving? And the scene are always immaculately clean. So is in the spaceship, so is in the UFOs. Somebody's cleaning it. Somebody's cooking it or preparing it. Somebody playing the part of a doctor, somebody playing something else. Just because they're traveling, they don't sit and lock themselves on the floor and that's it until we get to the next destination. The food, the energy we call food comes through the wall of the system. So they don't need to kill for it. The warmth is kept. What do the passengers of these UFOs do going from one place to another? Sit idle. They don't have a 24-hour shift we have created for ourselves because of the sun movement. As I said, if you go back to the history of Caribbeans, Caribbeans slaves had no holidays, 7 days a week work. And they fought for their freedom to have 1 day off, to Christmas Day. And when they got it, they call it Junkanoo. If you go to Bahamas, you know that. And they celebrate that day. They could have 1 day off. There was even Sunday going to the church, or Sunday when still work had to be done. You had enough to go on the rest of it. There was no breaks up somewhere when you were enslaved. And it's the same with Chinese. Chinese work 7 days a week. They have no problem. When it comes to Chinese, yeah, they take a break. But in the space, it's a Chinese life. It's a slave life. You have no day and night, and you have no days. Monday, Tuesday is a habit of the man. PM, AM, lunchtime, dinner time is a habit of the man. All these things in the space for you changes. Oh, it's 12 o'clock, it's dinner time. How many dinner time are you going to get? Every 5 minutes? All these changes man has to get used to. I was with a lady yesterday, she was talking to me on the line saying, I have insomnia, I cannot sleep. I said, now you just become a passenger of the space. You never sleep. All the UFO passengers have insomnia because they never sleep, because you don't need to sleep, because the body, especially if you understand the technology, absorbs and gives everything through the layers of energies. So we are all becoming the same. How we prepared ourselves for it? Are we prepared to live that life? Oh, I've done the 8-hour shift. It's time for me to rest. Oh, I've been up 16 hours. It's time for me, my 8 hours to sleep. These things don't exist. Some of the knowledge seekers go through that. They don't sleep 3, 4, or 5 days, because their body is changing to that. It's taking what you need. But if you can sustain that to everlasting, then you sleep 2, 3 hours to cover 2, 3 days to cover what you stayed awake. So you haven't changed. This is not what is expected of you in a space, is what you understand of what is to come in a space format. And that's a question to you as knowledge seekers, as humanity, not for us to tell you what is to come. What you make of it. How will you plan your life around it, the existence of your soul? I wrote to one of the bank officials very recently. I said, to travel from your city to Linz, it will be 10 to 15 seconds. How is your structure going to accept this, where you rely at the moment on the air tickets to go to your bank, they pay them, pilots to be paid through your banking system, fuel to be bought through your banking system, when I can travel from there to here in 10 seconds, 15 seconds, there's no need for these things. Your bank has no function. The change of life on Earth will come by the application of technology. "20 years ago, 10 years ago, we used to carry bundles of papers, we called it money, to get anything. When the revolution came in Romania, I happened to be in Bucharest. I went to a shoe shop, ladies' shoe shop. The lady walked in with a shoebox full of notes to get another shoe instead. That's all it was, the papers in that box. I don't know how much it was. She gave a shoebox full of money for a shoebox for a pair of shoes. And I thought, oh God, paper has no value. I lived in China for so long. Wang Ling can tell you, I walked around for months with I think 10 RMB, 100 RMB in my pocket. There was no need for it. Everything was WeChat. Where do we live in the world of science? Where do we live in the world of soul? And where do we want to live? We don't dictate, you have to decide. We just show you the technologies and the ways to make it that doesn't become magic. Any other question?
Excuse me, yes. From Marco, he says, hello, Mr. Keshe. Is it possible to replace the soul maintaining the same physicality in the case the person has bad behavior, for example, in the position of a world leader? Thanks for the opportunity for the question.
We can, a change of the soul, if you change it to elevation of the soul, fits better. And yes, you can. I went through it 3 times, where the physicality does not make sense as a foreigner to the soul, till it fits. And yes, you can change. You can elevate the soul. You cannot take from it. This is the beauty of it. Because the more you take from it, the stronger it goes to the fields in the inner circle of the fields. And maybe they cannot understand that. When you elevate it, to understand the process. And that brings the change. It's 2 different things for the same work. You cannot take because they don't understand how they got there. But you can elevate that they find a way to the same place. And if you understand this, it's very easy for the rest of it. We elevated the soul. The Brazilian team relentlessly every night meets for peace between Iran and the 5+1 and everything else they do. But you have to change your position, understanding, can we enlighten the way to understand? That's the difference. And then the moment is a tic-tac game. Us, them, and more of us, more of them. When you watch what's happening in the Ukraine arena, it's mind-boggling. It's absolutely mind-boggling. It's a Christian world against communism, with no religion. Other part of the Christians and part of the Islamic world joining into as well. And the only one who's benefiting from it both is the Jews. Doesn't matter which side they sit, they finance it. And what is the job of you knowledge seekers on 24? Is to elevate, to make the world leaders to understand, and world leaders to bring on the table the understanding of the politics of the running a government, a country. I have asked from one of the world leaders on the 24th, please do not come in. Just listen and understand what is the problem from inside. Not what you think is. To sit, to receive the elevation of the soul, not to answer the questions of physicality. We'll have 2, maybe 3 world ambassadors with us on 24. They're close friends, they're a good friend of mine. And they're coming in. I know one of them, I can't shut, what do you call it, stop him talking, but he's very opinionated, very powerful ambassador. And I asked him one thing, I said, listen, you come in, you listen. Don't make any comment. Understand where the problem is that you can explain to your president. That he asks to come in. You got to realize You're given as knowledge seekers, as humanity. A lot of people listen to his teachings in the future and they become knowledge seekers and they understand their position and the beauty they have been, they have reached to their soul in a way that you can bring that change in, but you have to understand what that change implements, what will bring it. Is it your wish or is it for collective betterness of the human race and the universal community? As I said, the war of ideology is over. At the moment, the war of religions is deepening much more. So, do we need to bring into play the world religious leaders too on 24th? Can we invite the Vatican? Can we invite the Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran? Can we invite the two rabbis running the what we call the State of Israel, and those in Saudi Arabia to be present? How many of you will invite religious people to be present on 24th? And how many of them will be present? Don't forget, by attending, they endanger their own existence. We'll find very few Putins, and we'll find very, very few Gorbachevs. You got to realize, you listen to the news, but you sometimes don't look behind what's in the news. In the past few days, we hear Biden in Ukraine. And at the same time, we hear that the Russians are bombing everywhere, the capital and the rest. But you got to realize something very interesting. How come Russians did not bomb the day and the time and around the time when he was there? They inform each other. No bombing, rest, step down, till I go and I come back and then you can start again. Now you see how close they work with each other. There were no rockets attacking coincidentally the time when Biden was in Ukraine, because Kremlin was told, Biden is here. Bomb somewhere else, keep him busy, that we can sell another 500 billion of millions of weapons. Everything in the world of politics is structured. It's just that you are not in it to see it, to understand it. And President Biden did not get up and go there by accidentally. It's planned weeks, months ahead. Where he goes, what security, all the assurances from the Russians are taken that there will be no bombing, nothing, because Biden is there and the rest of it. So, be wise and understand how the world leaders work. Any other question?
Yes, we have a hand up here. Go ahead, Lynn.
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Ben.
A Chinese knowledge seeker wrote me a message. He said it seems like the body transfer of a human is a little bit difficult. So he asked, do you have a plan maybe to show to transfer easy things like a stone first?
What you mean transmutation?
Yeah, transmutation. Yeah.
You never know, I might meet China that way very soon. It doesn't matter, once you achieve it, it doesn't matter what it is. It's creating the condition. If a stone is made of iron, it's made of silica, whatever, it's in your body, so it's part of the same process. It's the expansion of the soul. Now we have a system which, for the first time, we used it last Sunday, dining with the Creator, and we watched his operation. And how people felt, the way people felt, and how most of the people tasted water. Because that's, we brought in the gas water, which is made in a very special way. We never taught it. And most of the knowledge seekers tasted water, or they received moisture. And interesting enough, because the system is controlled and connected to the lens, both people in the system yesterday tasted water, because it's said now it's connected. And the new system which we tested carried all sorts of kinds of foods in it. Everything we could imagine, we brought it on the table in the system. And we let people taste, from chicken to beef to chickpeas to salt to sugar to honey to flour, pasta, orange and banana. Everything we could think in a gaseous state, we brought it on the table. But before that, we brought in a banana, orange, and apple to see what's the difference in the feeling and emotion, and watching the operation of it. And letting people help themselves and telling what to eat and everything else. It's a very, very interesting observation how the physicality feeds the soul, and then the soul takes over, and then it feeds the physicality. We monitor it on the system, and it's very interesting what we see. And so transferring collective is easier than individual, because even when you look at a stone, it's not one atom, in billions of atoms to make one stone. There's no difference. And that's how it sits. There's no difference carrying a human being or a stone. It's all the same. It's the package, it's an envelope, doesn't matter what you put in it. We expand the soul. You expand the soul of a stone, you expand the soul of a man, it's all the same. It's one envelope. It could be 1 gram of stone, it can be 100 kilogram man. It's all the same. Here, what do you call it? International post, you pay by weight. This is paid by the volume, the size of the envelope, and it's all, the souls are all the same. Any other question? I'll be in China in the first weeks of April, and it'll be nice to meet with the Chinese community and Chinese knowledge seekers. We're going back to the roots with the promise we made to the Chinese government prior to COVID, and we'll see what changes we can bring in. Any other question?
Okay, we have a couple of hands up here and several questions in the Q&A as well. Go ahead, Dean. I think you were next.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe, you've opened up a lot this morning. So the soul of humanity, if it makes a decision, does this carry the the soul of the Universal Council and all the souls that are present? Has the decision been made to create a condition where we have peace now on this planet?
You have to bring it. Decision is not made. We have made the facilities for you to do. None of you can meet with any of these world presidents. Very rarely, even if you're given chance, very few seconds, and you cannot talk a word. We create a condition beyond their physicality. You can. The way you met with the soul of the Christ, Moses, Muhammad. You felt it. You knew their presence. It's the same. We are facilitators for you to gain trust in the knowledge you carry, not in what we're giving you. So it's there. You have to decide.
And will the Universal Council, as a group of representatives, you know, across the planet, will they bring about this condition?
How would they come into the meeting?
On a soul level.
Exactly, but how? Would they come as one soul, or would they come as different souls collectively as soul of Universal Council? That you still have to learn. The Universal Council members still have to learn that.
So acting as one, Mr. Keshe, is that what you're saying?
More or less, yeah.
How will you interact with the world leaders, Mr. Keshe, where they will have to, on a soul level, they will have to accept this this energy transfer?
They don't have to. You cannot force anyone. You can make it available. There are two ways to do this job, and knowledge seekers have not understood this. You make it digestible, or make it available, or you make it hard to be accepted. It's like you having a sugar cube in your hand and you're trying to chew it, or you dissolve it in the warm water and you can drink it without chewing it. Which way you want to do it? The hard way? Or which one gives you the pleasure, the hard chewing it, or the pleasure of tasting the sweetness of the water of sugar? This is the job. This is what the Universal Council have to understand. Are you becoming another bunch of us, we, or are you becoming a bunch of facilitators that we are here to serve? It's a very big difference. How would Universal Council as a total soul will come into this meeting? Will decide the outcome more than anything else.
There are a lot of a lot of thought there, Mr. Keshe. A lot of field strength that needs to be understood.
A lot of realities need to be understood, not field strength. A lot of realities. A lot of what I call soul searching by the Universal Council. It's the first time you've been put on the test, more or less. You've been put on, not test, but to bring the change. And in a way, we're all coming in as knowledge seekers with a bouquet of flowers. And you, as the representative of the Universal Council, are there to deliver this bouquet to the world leaders. What is your plan? And every soul has a responsibility to be there.
So, so what you've just said there, Mr. Keshe, so my experience, you know, I spoke about this last time, that when I met a knowledge seeker, I got this fragrance of a big, and I'm not sure I smelt it through my nose, but it was very, very present. And then the other side, when I was in the last week, when I was in the position of the Dine with the Creator, I didn't taste anything because I think the corona has touched my physicality. So I don't, my taste and smell has disappeared.
Did your soul smell and taste? You're still physical.
Yeah, it's physicality, yeah.
Yeah, sure. If you've been touched by corona and you lost your taste and the smell, it can be fixed. That's not a problem. But did you smell it with a taste it with the soul, which you felt it? This is what I said to the couple of people who were in the system yesterday. Did you see it or did you feel? Did you taste it or did you feel the taste? You know, if you came to last Sunday dining with the Creator, we kept you for a couple of hours teaching you the techniques and whatever. And now you're invited for free food the whole of next week. Would you come in and sit there waiting to taste something and not testing? Or would you come in with understanding that my soul is taking, I don't need to feel it. I'm just going in there because I carry it with me, so I better let him do his job. And then you didn't taste any food when you came in, but did anything change in your understanding, in your emotion, in your life after the session? Or you still, I didn't taste anything, that was it. Now we put you to test. All the knowledge seekers who came to dining with the Creator last Sunday are invited for free food for a week by the Keshe Foundation from 4 o'clock till 7 o'clock. Every day they can go and eat as much as they like. But do you eat with the eye of the man or do you eat with the soul of the man? If you come there to taste and smell, you're still a man. If you came to then realize the elevation of the understanding of the fields of the universe, then you have moved a step forward. Maybe you tasted the banana and you had the water. Fantastic. Did you ask the soul, did you taste anything? It says, no, I didn't take anything because I already had it.
That kind of explains, Mr. Keshe. So when the water came up, I, like many people that were salivating, and there was a lot of moisture in the mouth. So you were experiencing the energy of the foods through the salivation. When I was present there, I felt very full. I didn't actually need to dine as such. So
you have a British breakfast, bacon.
yeah.
Yeah, we didn't invite you there to come and eat food. We brought you in there to learn how to feed your soul. But we had to put a bait, we had to put a sweetener to get you in.
I think the soul brought me there, Mr. Keshe, as it does with all of us.
Yeah, but it's there. So those of you who would then come on the, what you call it, dining with the Creator, you should know that they got free lunch tickets for a whole week next week. As one of said yesterday, it's 3 o'clock in the morning my time, but I get up to eat. But let's see.
I'm looking forward to it, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much for taking my questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other question?
Okay, we do have another hand up here, but before we get to Antonio, let's have a look at Cristiano's question. He's got a picture that he would like me to show that has to do with his question. And let me bring that up first. And Cristiano says, good morning, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much for all the knowledge you have passed on. Mr. Keshe, in the 202nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, you explain how the soul is created through the positioning of the amino acids in the womb of the mother, and that from that moment, the soul absorbs the fields of the environment of the womb of the mother, the environment of the earth and the universe, and thus feeds the soul of physicality. A little further, you said that if man can return at that point, he will remember how to feed himself from the fields without having to kill, because he already has the knowledge. So the question is, how can we consciously return to that point to experience that knowledge of absorbing the fields from when our soul was created? Would the emotion of presence be a way? How could we practice and teach this knowledge?
In a single word, detachment. That soul in that position is detached from it as it lives on its own with what it created it. Because it knows the rest has been made available for it. It doesn't kill in the womb of the mother. The mother, with the love of creation and the creator, gives freely, make it available. He takes from it what he wants because it's detached. But it's the same for the man. Become detached. And that's the biggest part of it. If you can become detached from physicality in a way, not in just sit and become hermit, you're still alive, but you know what's the purpose of this life, and there for you to enjoy the full. Doesn't come by becoming a hermit and sitting in one corner. And in that process, the joy you bring somebody is a service. You're serving someone. The food you give someone is a service. The calmness you bring, the joy you bring, this is all what is to be what we call service. You serve somebody. And this is what is, and that's what we got to realize. Detachment. If you reach that point, then you move forward to become man of universe. Because then you realize that universe provides for me. I'm just here as a converter to provide for the others. You're that generator. The flow of the river is the same on the top and the bottom. Any other question?
Okay, let's take Antonio's question. Go ahead, Antonio.
Yep. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I think you might have already answered my question. When we're looking at giving, say, love, the energy of love, just trying to sort of sort in my head what sort of qualities of energy fields, how would we know what to give? It may be the wrong quality, but you're saying through detachment, the soul will give the correct quality of energy. Is that?
Spot on. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Your job is make it available. The job of the other souls is to take what they need from it and not to steal from it.
Right.
That's all it is. I think as in a farming world, you understand You forever put one seed to take more things out, to give more, to enjoy what you seeded. And this is what we call, farmers are one of the closest people to world of creation. Some, they embrace it, and some disgrace it, as I call it. And those who embrace, they give that life back to the people as a giver. And the one who disgrace it, we see it in the what we call animal farming, especially nowadays. But in essence, it's all how we do it. It's the same with the computer people. It's the same with the guy who collects the rubbish, or the man who sits as a president.
You're making me feel better about being a farmer.
I know, okay. But the way it is it's the way we see it. The farming community always been very close to creation, because they have to understand the work of the whole thing, the sun, the rain, and the wind, and the rest of it. And that way makes you, in a way, it's what they say, thinking makes you wise, wisdom makes you rich. And that's the richness of understanding the creation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. Yeah.
Okay. We have a question here from Nancy 333. Says, hi, dear Mr. Keshe. I am Nancy Fairchild. I'm a registered international senior nutritionist. I am now in London, but I am building a GANS factory. We meet. Some questions to need inquire from you. Could I visit your foundation in Austin, please? My company name is Shanghai Zhonghaiushi Life Health Technology Limited.
We are not.
She left an email.
You are in Austria.
Yes.
What that email? Well, I think it's in the question. Yeah, I see it. I think. Yeah. I think we know who she is, but get in touch to the info@keshe.foundation, and we respond to you accordingly. We're just about 2 hours flight from you, from London.
So she could.
She's in Shanghai.
Sorry. I was going to say she could arrange for a visitation of the facility, or to meet, or how would that be?
They just send an email to info@keshe.foundation, and right there. I know these people trying to build a gas factory in Shanghai. We know about them, and I'm in China in April. We can visit in China or in Austria, but we have commitments and agreements with the Chinese government to build gas production. But in a way, the way we look at it now, gas production factories are a waste of time. The development in the technology, especially in the past 3-6 months, is so much that the gas production, the way was set out, it's a short-term investment. The the development in technology, especially what we're seeing with the wireless system we brought in, makes a lot of work of the Keshe Foundation, even we needed it to build it up to be more or less obsolete. Be it for wellness application, be it for farming, be it for anything else. And we will be heavily marketing the new expansion in the world of science. When you have to put gases on a 1,000-hectare land in China, trying to get to water or gas conversion and do the seed becomes cumbersome. With the new technology, we can place the whole information of the growth within the structure of a satellite which targets the land. With a harvest 3 to 5 times, maybe 10 times more. The gas production, the way it is, will it still exists, but in a way we don't see a future for it. And this is one of the reasons in my trip to China, we are offering totally a new structure to the Chinese government, the authorities. Building these gas factories, they're making advanced, what I call space plasma factories, where we deliver technology and not much of the material needed, is the future of the agriculture and farming and feeding. The development and leap in the knowledge in the past 6 months, even we use part of the old structure we set up originally, has changed a lot of things. And they will change. It's very much we're reaching a point that we decide how and the way a plant will receive cosmic rays, and how it will change its position. The production of gas factories, the scale even we were planning 12 months ago, is out of the window. And it becomes very much like what we see in the Americans, spending a fortune building all the cabling and everything, and the mobile phone came, and Americans are still backwards compared to the rest of the world. They were for years, because they're trying to recuperate their finances from what they did in cabling. And China is a ground we feel very comfortable with to release this new technology to Chinese authorities. We are not coming in to build gas factories anymore. We're coming in to deliver energy production system from a power point of view to food, within even your radio wave, within what we call apps on your mobile phones, and what we call, you've seen like last week and before, on the mobile transformation transfer, which means you don't need gas centers to build. It goes back to the knowledge which we explained this morning, how you can make any radiation out of carbon-14. And that knowledge is in our head. Instead of building and waiting till you teach, you feed people without them knowing through it. Transfer of energy be as light or energy as food, through at the moment telephone communication, and the mobile headset shown is the future, the fast way to change the process. Building gas factories to produce different gases it's at the moment something 10 years backwards for us. Technology development is so rapid, it was inevitable. This will come. But the good thing is that the technology development all coming from inside one house. We were planning to build gas production factories maybe 2 years ago in a very large scale. Today, I don't see any reason for building such a structure. Be it from absorbing CO2, be it for production of food or communication. The development and the progress in technology as our knowledge seekers understand and now working with it is even the enhancement power units we already put in the market. The next generation will be totally different. Coming up is goes into production, and it's totally different, even though with the same outcome. You will see a new generation of plasma power units will be introduced in the next few weeks. It does the same thing, but in a more powerful way, in a different way. It's easier and allows us to do a lot of new things with it. Get in touch with us, we still can talk, but I should be arriving in the first week or two of April for a couple of weeks in China. And we'll be traveling with the management of the Keshe Foundation. Then we bring those changes in directly to Chinese, and we show it is not something to be done. It can be commercialized instantaneously if we come to an agreement with the Chinese authorities. Now is the development of the plasma space level factories in China and in the rest of the world, and not producing gases. Well, we still produce some gases, but in a way has no priority in the program. Any other question?
Yes, we have a couple of questions regarding the what they call the cosmic ray headphones, or the headset that is available through the Keshe Foundation. One question regarding who says, I have a titanium implant for my teeth. And Mr. Keshe said not to use the coming headset if you have an implant.
The tooth are different than the rest of your body implant.
Okay.
The tooth are separate. They don't have much structure in. The implants, like your hip replacements, shoulder replacements, valves, these will have, or if you have a plate on your, what do you call it, on your vertebra, these will grow. And then you feel the pain, and then you have to go back to the doctor to take the joint out. But what do you have to put replace for it?
That was a question from George, actually.
Yeah, the bones will regrow. We see it today. We have a case running with the doctors where we have seen this. I know Azar is going to kick herself. We never told her, but you can know. We have seen, hopefully we can quantify it in a better way if it does complete the cycle, the growth of tooth, which has disappeared before. And we've seen the first sign, the change through the new application of new technologies with the doctors. We have actually heart pictures photographed. So it's not something we think we see it in 4 or 6 weeks. How we see if we are seeing what we see in the elimination of the all sorts of things. We just maybe next 6 months we have a better view of it in the growing tooth. And that all comes through the new technology which we have applied. This the same goes with hip and shoulder implants, titanium, big ones. We saw this years ago in Belgium, where titanium shoulders were getting dislocated as the bone started growing. Would it take the same shape and complete? We did not have the chance to complete the research as we left Belgium. But yes, the bones grow, and then it comes, does it fit? Or we release more technologies as we have done in the new technology in growing parts. We're testing a lot of things around the world with different knowledge seekers and doctors and everything else. And we see a way out of hip replacement. We see in a way in the strengthening the hip bone, the femur, and that there is no need for any of these. And I think the results will be out by the doctors in the next 6 to 12 months.
Right. Well, George was asking, well, the question went, so for someone who has a hip implant and was accepted to be treated by the Keshe Foundation doctors, would the cosmic ray hybrid plasma generator help speed up the healing process?
The hip replacement, if you've done, we don't touch. We have told the doctors. If you are going in for a hip replacement, there's an opportunity to try with the doctors. And we are extensively researching in this area. So if you already had the titanium hip replacement, we are in the wrong position to tell you anything, because we cannot change your titanium head of femur to a calcium structure. Impossibilities. That's why I say it's too late. But those of you who have the problem, there's a possibility that our doctors can, using the new technology, help for them to understand more how it's done and how it can be done. There is that opportunity, 100%.
Sorry, go ahead.
The release of the knee guns was one of those steps in that direction. And we explained those very soon, how those who bought the knee guns, as we're waiting for the data to come back. We know what the data is going to be, but just a confirmation of it. Our doctors will use the knee guns in conjunction with the new plasma technology for rapid growth of different parts of the body. We see that should be on the card within the next 6 months. It's like when we gave you the glasses, a lot of you bought and report back to us what you saw, elevation of the soul, you felt good or whatever. It gave us a lot of direction in how to make the headsets. Now, this knee guns is another insight into it. I see a lot of people asking it, can I use it this way? Can I pat it? Can I do this with it? There's an instruction on it, follow the instruction. And as you have signed the agreement, is a trial. Return back, the data will help us for a structure of the next setting for the doctors.
So George asked in the third part of his questions here, could you talk to the doctors of the Keshe Foundation, come up with a package that includes the removal of the hip implant, followed by the growth of the bone through cosmic ray technology?
Cannot. We don't have to. There's no way this can be done. Impossibilities. At this moment, at this moment of time, is 1%. Because you have to understand what they do when they put a hip replacement or a femur replacement. They cut it off. It's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And then they drill a hole in it to fix it, or they glue it. They destroy the whole structure where it comes from.
Mm-hmm.
And to grow this, to take it out and to grow it, it'll take months. It's not a matter of seconds. It's not a sci-fi movie, you see, bzzz, picture appears and the bone is there. One day might be. But that one day is at least 5 to 10 years away. You got to realize most of this research is coming out of one structure, and other structures are stealing or what they were taking from it or what they use them, but we don't see what they're doing with it. And they come under different banners and ways not to show what they're doing. If one day we lock up and into world institutions to work together, we'll see most of these things. As we demolish the pattern, there is no need to hide it. As it develops, it'll be in public. One of the ways to most probably increase the growth of the amputations than the hip replacement. It's much easier to grow an amputation than to do a hip replacement. That will come through the horizontal systems we see in lids. That's more or less bringing the new advanced technologies we're developing now, plus what we know from the past. Growing legs and arms will become a matter of 3 to 6 weeks. If you have amputation from knee down, what I see with the knowledge we are carrying now, with the knowledge we carried from the past, 6 weeks should be average time to regrow the rest of the leg from knee downwards, maybe 3 to 5 years. So microsurgeries and these things will go through the window. But the knowledge, speed of knowledge growth will dictate a lot of these things, and the knowledge and the freedom we get to do it.
Okay, George had another question, not quite related. Says for a 380 volt electric panel, do I require a special hybrid cosmic ray system to be built, or the ones on sale will work just fine?
What?
A 380 volt electric panel. What kind of, will the system plug into that, or does it require a special hybrid cosmic ray system to be built?
You mean it's a 3-phase?
I think that must be the case. I was wondering about that myself. 380 is normally very high voltage, and it must be a 3-phase industrial type system.
Yeah, we will. You cannot use that. Industrial version of plasma enhancement units. It'll be built in next maybe a week. We already discussed it. It's under the plan to be built, and they're thinking that we might receive it before March, mid-March or whatever, or just after the March. We are building industrial scale the plasma units for factories and the rest, yes, but that's different structure. And we see it as to be essential because households will be a small fraction of the power usage. Industrial usage is the next one up the ladder, which we already, I think 3 prototypes are getting built and totally different. And size-wise is about, I think about 4 or 5 times the size of the units which we are putting out now. The new, you will see a new tabletop version coming out in next week or 2 than what we've shown. This is another, what you call addition, evolution to the technology. This is an extremely, extremely powerful system developed, very simple. And will come into the market very, very soon. I think the first few will be presented next week or 2. And as I said, the evolution in development is massive. It's not just evolution, what they deliver will bring changes. It's so revolutionary that, as you know, we always build twin systems. As you saw in NINS, we are building the second twin system, and the change is so much. We finish 1 unit, complete more or less, which you lot tested on Sunday for the first time. You were in it, all of you who came for the food. The evolution is so much that instead of building the second one with same as the first one, we are implementing the new Sol reactors in the new one, which will be very interesting to see how these 2 systems functioning in a similar way but totally different way will operate. So what we plan to have 2 systems, we'll have 2 systems. One is what I call the old version, and one the new universal plasma systems, what I call the Sol reactors. And that will change the game drastically. The first one built has already affected, we've seen, and it's we have to see how the other combination and how we can miniaturize it to place it within the headset. Or we look at the possibility, do we need a headset when we change the whole environment of the whole thing again? You will hear next 4 or 5 weeks. It's a huge development in the world of plasma technology. Huge. Originally, I thought this knowledge was about 2 years ago, but they could not see it. Now it's back on the table because we gained more knowledge. They can see it to complete it. It's exact replication of the work of the soul of the man. It's exact replication of the center of the sun. And if the center of sun fields and radiations which come from it lead to creation of copper, zinc, cell of the body of the man, the cell of the brain, and everything else, so you can imagine what this system carries within it. It's self-sustaining and self-elevating. It's an amazing system. I have a very direct line to the Romanian group. Do not get fooled by what is get and claims made by Babu. We do not approve and support his work, because he just takes the use of the words of the Keshe Foundation and just make what I call another phantom claims. I ask Babu to reconsider your position and what you claim. Stay within the realms of work, of plasma work, not necessarily Keshe Foundation. There's a freedom of life, but do not associate us with phantom works you do and the claims you Any other question?
Yes, we have a couple of hands up, but first, perhaps we can address the question of Pamela in the Q&A here, who asked, could you talk a little more about the beginning of the new cycle from the soul of the man? From what I could understand, twinity is always necessary for new seeds to be created. Among mankind, the seeds of the father and the mother divide to form a new life. In the case of the soul of the man seed, when it is ready to start a new cycle in the universe and create a new fruit, will this new fruit arise from the interaction of the soul of the man with the soul of the physicality itself?
This is a very interesting point. It's, as a nuclear physicist, I put it, it's the energy of the fission within to become fusion without. When the man reaches the point of death, it carries two elements of life, of plasma with it. And that is the physical strength dimension of life, not necessarily connected to amino acid of the man, is within the structure of the soul of the man. When it reaches the point of balance anywhere in the universe, that point of balance is where this seed is allowed to, or this field of plasma is allowed, or create conditions created for it to be living in a fission style, as we call it. Their interaction will create a direction, atmosphere of life. So twinity will come from within, not necessarily from out. The Creator created Mitra from within himself. He didn't take another lover from outside. So it shall be the same with a man. We carry Mitra within ourselves at the time of departure, which is the what we call the spirit. The spirit in the interaction with the environment gives the physicality. But at the time of departure and travel is within, is fused in. Until that fusion is not complete, the separation doesn't come. It's very much when we send our child for a picnic. We put everything in a basket for it that he can enjoy his time when he arrives at the picnic. And this is the cycle of life. Always remember, when the time of the separation of the soul of the man comes from the physicality, the spirit of the man's essence of the plasma is within the soul itself. That in a time and position, when it's released, becomes like that electron from the neutron. The essence of electron is within the neutron. It doesn't happen coincidentally. It just has the seed to create, to release that part. It's a birth. It gives birth to electron. The soul of the man at the point of manifestation of physicality gives, releases, gives birth to the structure of the spirit which the man carried, left, deposited within it at the time of departure. Because he made it. Part of the point of death becomes is when the soul is complete, But the spirit completes is the storage or depositing of the energies which confirms existence within that soul. Is when the mother let the child go. And when he arrives in a position, space where the field strength of it is, the release of that point comes to flourish. And then you call it twinity, but twinity comes within, created within, then it becomes a twin. You put the seed out. You don't split. And we don't have Shaq al-Qamar as it's called in Islamic world. And he cut the moon with one sword in two halves. That's why we only see one half of it. That is the belief in the Islamic world. It is essence in a way. In one of the books I have referred to this. And it interacts with the environment. And when a field strength is the right way, the spirit of the man will manifest itself as a twin, or what we call mitra. The love of the Creator, which comes from within the Creator. You know, I always said, maybe you heard it before or not, we have a philosophical ideology that Adam made Eve from the rib, one of his ribs. This is, in truth, the creation of Mitra. But it puts in the term of the physicality of the man. The Creator created Mitra out of the fields of himself to confirm his own existence, and then he fell in love with it. And then what we call the fruit, the apple which got the Adam to bite at it, was that love. When Mitra came to earth and knew what love was, and he got the Creator to bite at that feeling, emotion of love, and that enslaved him. And this is what then in what do you call it, in other languages and the books have changed to Adam and Eve, and Eve being born or created out of a rib. But the apple is love, is the poison which Mitra learned from the humans and got the Creator to bite at it. He actually captivated him, enslaved him with love. Any other question?
Well, thank you for that. We have a hand up with Alexander here. Let's allow him to go forward. He had a question, I think, about the use of the MagRav with solar panels, at least in the Q&A here. Alexander, would you like to ask your question in person, please? Not sure if he's able to open his microphone. I'll ask to unmute. Well, the question is about the MagRav. The MagRav is used with solar panels. Should it be connected in the continuous current from the solar panel or after the inverter?
Doesn't matter where you put it, it still touches your inverter. It's a field flow. It's not a river one direction. It flows into actually your panels back and through your inverter or after your inverter into your circuit system in the house. One of the reasons we launched and we completed the head units is because with the mobile unit phones, we see a lot of problems with interacting with plasma. And this is why we delivered, because then you live within the same environment. The what do you call it? The combined unit, which now is on offer, is the best way for the future of the structure of the what do you call the new plasma technology. If you remember when you put the magnets into the houses, you nano-coated the wires. Now we have the same problem with the headphones with the plasma technology. But across, I'm waiting to see which satellites will start mixed functioning. As we increase the use of mobile phones and magnets and what do you call it, the plasma technology, there will be a conflict in satellite system. But we have to wait and see who shouts first. Without a doubt, it will do. So we had to introduce the what do you call it, the combined units, which is now on offer, to replace and in a way to upgrade the technologies without satellite. In the future systems of these tabletop and the head units, a lot of things will be replaced. A lot of things will be replaced, which we are used to as a... But don't forget, we didn't have these things 50 years ago. We got used to them short term. Now we're going to the next cycle. The mobile phone technology, the what do you call, satellites, all these will be changed with a much higher speed without failure guarantees. If you looked at the last Sunday dining with the Creator, it was a hybrid. We transferred to you plasma, but through the, what do you call, present communication line. Some of the message is not at the strength of the soul because the communication lines carry. But when next time we have dining with the Creator and most of you will carry these head units, you'll feel the banana walak there and then. If you need the banana, you taste it, you feel it, because no information is lost and it's directly delivered to the soul. It'll become that dream that you told about. You have a dream that you had a banana, but this time you feel and taste the dream. Any other question?
Yes, we have a hand up with Ezra here. Go ahead, Ezra.
God help us.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe, I have a few questions. One is when we use all this plasma technology and helping us, do you think we become lazy not to use our soul?
Do you think God became lazy just because he can use this plasma technology?
Okay, so we don't become lazy.
Well, that privilege.
Okay, so another question I have, if all this plasma with energy, food, everything we're trying to make it happen, can we introduce it like a cell phone, like in the present cell phone, we can embed it, all of it in that, so in one go we have everything?
That's what the headsets are. The new headsets we put out, they have their own transmitter with them, which is a table. That's what I said as a console with set. The replacement has to come with technological development, and as it's happening, even what we see, the whole structure of plasma technology is upgraded by a huge progress in the past 10 days, 15 days. We try to.
So, for example, if I use the headset, I can have a heat to the house. I can feed myself.
You can dream what you can dream, but the reality is, do you need to heat the house and kill the plants in the house, which you have no right to, or do you have the right to feel warm?
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
And it's we create the condition with a transition that creates a field that allows the plant to feed themselves, to heat themselves. This is the whole purpose of this new development.
Okay. And Mr. Keshe, go ahead, please.
This is part of what is coming. There's a massive change in the space technology. As I said, we tried to introduce it to Knowledge about 2 years ago. There's a lot of experience on it, but it could not be understood. So we left it and we come back to it now because of the development in reactors and reactor technology. It grasps straight away. And still, it'll be the first ones will be in their what I call puberties, and the mature ones will come over years. And then you can convert. It's very easily. I know how it can be done. And you can create within your console the condition of Mars and travel to Mars. You become independent. Control by governments will not exist. This is for sure. Nobody can dictate. Government here can tell you what you can do. But when you have the freedom to go to Mars, you have the freedom to go to another planet. There's no government there to dictate to you. And no government can dictate to you, you cannot go to Mars. You have the access to. And creating condition of the, what I call that smell, that odor, that feel the strength of the Mars, it should be within your set.
Mr. Keshe, another question I have, is the gating, with the way we're going, is the gating is going to become obsolete? For example, you have a spaceship, I have a spaceship, I want to come to your spaceship, I can bring my gravitational magnetic field closer to you and jump into your spaceship. Is it still the same, or is obsolete, it doesn't exist?
You choose the development in the matter states will not stop because of the understanding of the, what you call it, dimension of this. There is a term I very seldom use. You call it the soul searching. I call it the soul researching. A lot of research will go into understanding the soul, not soul, just the soul of the man, the soul of the creation. How would you interact the souls to create the way we saw what we do with this seed, with that seed in the physical dimension? The created things, not only the race of the man, will try. Now they understand the process. They understand the leap in the gain of the knowledge. All will try to understand different flavors of the interaction of the plasma of the fields.
Mr. Keshe, for example, is a difference between having a spaceship being in the space, or just myself being in the space and you in the space? If I want to give you something, do I still have to use the gating, or just can give it to you?
I don't know what you mean by gating, but in essence, you interact with the fields.
Because in one of the teaching, you talk about gating, and you said gating is just you bring the gravitational magnetic field of the spaceship close to the other one. It creates a bridge, and then you can move from one to another one.
This is the matter statement which we're teaching you, what we call physical transformation.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the plasma then.
Plasma technology is an extension of it. If you understand it, you can apply it in a different way. But it's being accepted. You can give as much love as you like to me. If I don't accept it, it's another energy in the universe. Or you can give me one love and I accept it and become the biggest thing in the world.
So just like the way Creator is always giving us love, but we're not open to it.
Yeah, it's just the way the mother gives love to your child. When you cuddle your daughter, you cuddle her because you love her and she feels that warmth. You cuddle her because you need to be loved, and she gets fooled as the first one. You understand?
Yeah.
We give love in two different ways, one to satisfy ourselves and one is to satisfy the others. And sometimes we do both at the same time. Cuddle me that I can cuddle me, love me that I can love you. You understand?
Yeah.
But we understand the difference. And this is how it will come. I give you, I present you the gift of love. But if you're not, if you don't accept it, or you already have another love to love, which my love cannot interfere with, you have to respect it. You cannot force it. You know, what we had in NASA, in the space station, with the couple. The guy wouldn't accept it when they came back to Earth. It was a good feeling in the space. So the lady went to kill. You got to accept it. And this cannot happen. As I wrote to one of the NASA guys a few years ago, I said, the emotion in the space is different than emotion on the ground. The space you have nowhere, that's the only thing you accept. On the ground you have options and can lead to homicide. So it's availability and acceptability if you accept it. Just because you made it available does not mean it has to be accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you. Any other questions? Shall we call it a day? We're nearly 12 o'clock.
Yeah, well, let's take the question from Thorolf here, who has a question, I think, about mono-energetic fields. Maybe one more, and I see Jalal has a hand up, so I'll warn you about that.
Oh, God help us. Let's go.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, everybody. Yes, my question is, you mentioned about mono-energetic fields last week, shortly in a few sentences, and I would like to ask whether you're saying something more about the nature of that, because it touches me.
Mono-energetic, we call them rays mainly, is what we call like a laser beam. And mono-energetic fields, rays, or whatever you call it, are one of the fastest way to deliver. One of the fastest way to deliver. Mono-energetic fields are usually of the ray character. But due to the interaction on the outer surfaces, they create friction and lead to fields. We have no choice. We always start with a ray, but due to interaction and friction, we end up with particle or with fields. And this is part of what the world of present science has not understood. They say, oh, it sometimes behaves like a particle and sometimes like a ray. because rays are amalgamation or monoenergetic fields, they interact with their environment. Otherwise, they can't show their manifestation. They don't show existence. And that interaction, they gather plasmas, which the same become cylindrical, and they become particles, become a plasma. And two things dictates the strength and the fields of monoenergetic rays or monoenergetic fields. And one is the strength they started with. Secondly is the environment they interact with. These dictates how the rays will become fields and become particles. I can shoot, at the moment today, we shoot a laser beam, we start with a laser beam, we finish with the laser beam, maybe we can. But if you work with a monoenergetic rays from a plasma, by the time you reach to the other side, you have a plasma, you don't have a ray. Depending on the time, space, and the strength of the fields in the space in comparison to the original source. The slower you go, the more friction you create, the deeper the, what do you call it, the field. And monoenergetic rays, monoenergetic fields are part of the high speed travel. And if you can understand it, it goes back to what I showed. Is a parachute or is an escalator to take you up or down? Depends how you create the sink in it. You can create a higher speed for a ray if you can increase or target increase the source. What this means, it's a prearranged. It's like when we send people to the moon, hopefully next couple of months we're trying to, is we don't send them as a package, pull we're going to land. We take part of the energy of their soul in one system, which transferred back to the position on the moon, and in a way we create a mitra. And the soul, which is the lover, will go to it. If you understand the principle. We just don't put them in a rocket and shoot them at the moon and they land there. Does not work that way. Because that way you need to create a lot of controls. Holding it, stopping it, don't hit it. You know, you don't send a man out and you become a pancake on the floor of the moon. When you understand and develop this technology, you create a plasma. When it gets there, according to the distance gap energy of the field, you slow down as you approach the position, automatically through magnetic fields. You don't need a control system. Teaching a deeper space travel is an art, and I'm mastering it. I've done it for so long. It's not just sending somebody to the moon, plop, in an envelope. We fast forward with a higher level. As I said, I can create any kind of radiation and strength field parallel or same as the soul in the point of direction. It can be anywhere in the universe. We don't need to see it to target it. And in approaching, first of all, it gets attracted. It's like an electron and proton. One is in volume more, one is in energy more. Then one attracts the other one to the other. And then you have a point of separation where you see the gap between the electron and a neutron. And that point, you change to land. Traveling with the soul or flight system is an art. Art of understanding the work of magnetic fields in the universe. Don't forget, we came that way, so we know how we come. As we came, we know how to go back, so we know the art very well. Any other question?
Perhaps we can take Jalal's question here. Oh, I have to allow you to talk there, Jalal. That might help.
Yeah, that's my how.
I was getting your mental message to open your microphone, though.
I did want to make it very softly, my jump here, but it's your fault, Rick. Yes, thank you, Rick. Hi, everybody. Good day, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Jalal. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe,
You're living in the frozen weather of your country at the moment.
Yeah, this is my question, really.
Yeah.
What's happening?
I knew what you're gonna. So you see, the soul knows. What do you mean by what's happening?
What we see from this condition of the earthquakes, and you know, a lot of times come to my guts here that you're teaching in back years about the separation of the continent.
Yeah.
So what is your intake in this condition? What's happening?
No, this is a normal process of expansion and contraction. Have you seen, somebody sent me a video? Where did I see it? I think in one of I received 3 or 4 videos in the past few days that one of the agencies has shown, we're looking at the earthquake with the buildings, they have shown actually what has happened to a mountain or a mountain range in that area. It's a huge valley. I think he says it's about 13-story block, and the day before was a flat land. The continental move is a shrinkage, and it always happens in a certain time when the field extraction and contraction on the upper layer puts pressure on the lower level. You know, you have the blowers, you push it together and it blows air on the other end. When you're making fire, the blowers we call it, and the fire expands and then it gets hotter and hotter. This is what happens to us. We come from the summertime, hit the cold time, the physical structure tightens up, blows the fire, at the bottom something opens up, kicks back, we call it the earthquake. Earthquakes, big scales, have a certain time in the season. So that's why we see earthquake majority of time in the winter time and all the problems, because we come from a very hot summer, the surface expansion is there, we come into a cold surface contraction. Now we open the bow of the blower, now we close it. The energy is not to a charcoal to fire up, it's to the center of the earth. So that pressure gets absorbed and it gets to a point, you know, that you see sometimes the choke suddenly explodes in the middle of the fire. It explodes back up. The energy cannot go in and we get it as an earthquake back up. So it's done by the Russians, I heard. And the Russians said they can create the worst one in Istanbul and then another one. And it's a good story, but it's the real physical life of this planet on its upper layers.
Okay, but what about the seas? Is going back?
It's the same. We have cycles of the heat movement, the cold and heat up and down.
You mean you mean the tide?
It's the weather tide, not the water. But generally in Northern Europe, we had a very mild winter this year. Very mild. We had only had, I think, 2 snows or 3 snows in Upper Austria. It's like spring in the middle of the summer. You can go out, it's 14 degrees a couple of days ago. But these are fluctuations in the weather. And some years, 3-4 years ago, the snow was so bad. And here, on this hill where I live, it's all green. We don't hardly see any snow. On the hill about 10 kilometers away where the research center is, they have a different condition. And on the same side, another hill further up, you can't even drive. Last week, they had to call support to get them home from the council with the bulldozers, or what they call it, snow plows. It's a mildly unusual, but essentially it's part of the life of this planet.
Okay, you know.
If you're Dutch, it says it's to do with carbon creation, global warming, so we can sell some more trees.
No, you know, I'm not in that way of thinking. No, but I am connecting the dots here from your teaching. You said we are about 1 million years ahead because we exposed the black blanket from its position due to the plasma. So did that have also effect?
Yes, for sure, yes. They're going to blame us for it very soon. Let's accept it, then they can't blame us because we already killed the bear.
Let's expose it before they say it.
But yes, it is with the creation of the plasma, we change a lot of things. And in essence, is what the planet accepts as a change. Is not the enforced change. Is the availability of acceptance. This is the difference.
Today, tomorrow, they have to accept it.
Oh. Depends how you want to celebrate and how you want to do it. It's like yesterday was Ash Wednesday. And it's like, you know, after Christmas, you make a wish, one thing, you're going to lose weight again this year, and you don't take any more sugar or whatever, or chocolates this year to lose weight or whatever. That's what Ash Wednesday is. You make a pledge, what you're going to deny yourself. Usually people deny meat or fish or whatever until the Lent is over in 40 days, and then they eat whatever they like.
But more than what they think.
But who brought these things in? And what we accepted to believe in, to accept it to be that way. We can believe anything, but what effects will they have on us? Plasma technology surely will bring elevation of the soul. There's something unescapable. Unescapable. So, but what would it do to the planet, which is, again, its interaction with the soul of itself? If you think of it, when you made it to the matter state, as a CO2, you ran into crisis of global warming. When you change the same global warming CO2 into the GANs of it, of CO2, you brought global loving, because you add to the essence of the emotion of the planet to love more, to live better life. So it's the same thing. It depends which state of it do you use. And if you can freeze it, you can do a lot of other things with it. But at the stage of the gas state of it, when we convert, we make it available energy to everyone. And that's the difference. It's a very, very small step in use of the carbon and oxygen and a hydrogen and creation of love. With the plasma technology, you truly can make love motion, that you can make people to love each other. Because you create fields at the essence of, at the level of strength of the emotion. It doesn't need much technology. We can literally sell you. I can make the GANs of that. I made it. I know how it works.
I remember your teaching, Mr. Keshe. You said even you can dictate if you wanted the blonde or
yeah,
blue eyes. Yes.
So it is very easy to create these kind of things, but is the planet ready for it? Is your soul ready to accept it?
My soul, yes, but the problem with the physicality and the emotion.
It's aged a little bit. You got to pump it up, but we have to understand what we need it for and what we're going to do with it. The evolution, one of the evolution steps in technology, as I said, is happening past week, 2 weeks. And that will bring a lot of changes for humanity. And man will find a lot of answers through this. Initially, I developed this in 2010. And I shelved it because I thought man is not ready for it. But some 13 years later, in the way we have thought, in the way that knowledge seekers some have reached, it became time to release this part of technology, this part of knowledge. And it is an amazing technology. When you put the enhancement units, the compact units on your table, you feel the essence of creation and the love of creator. Even our own knowledge seekers don't know what they built. They haven't come to realize the potential of what's on the table, literally. Any other question?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you for your little questions. This time didn't go more than 2.
No, it's only 1.
Okay, we have a hand up here with Irmgard. If you could take her question, please.
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
How are you?
My intention has all along been to turn all my leverage or assets into means to turn them into love.
I believe
for
you.
people and among people.
The new technologies has brought us no choice. The development of technology has brought us no choice. We can shelve it, saying that the man doesn't understand, or we can release it, that it brings the man to understand. And the second now prevails.
So what should I do next? Should I still proceed with the project?
Yes.
Or
yes, your project has been beautiful. I'm keeping an eye on it, and we inform you everything about it.
the trouble is that it doesn't cash flow for me. I'm still stuck in the matter world of money.
No, we'll create a cash flow. Don't worry, when you get it, we tell you what to do with it. It will do.
I mean, even with the units for, the annual fees.
Yeah.
We just don't have the cash flow to cover all that.
It will create itself. It creates a surplus that you don't need to spend. This is the beauty with it. When implemented, we have access to a lot of technologies which is not to spend. What you spend is to what bring you as a saving. You don't need to spend to save it because you already. And the development in technology always now brings us in that position much, much closer. I reckon maybe in 3 to 5 years' time, most of us, the way we do today, will not eat the way we eat or consume food. It's not that we don't spend, we save because we don't have the extension to it. And part of this is what I said to knowledge seekers very recently, when we offered you the packages on the Keshe Foundation for health and the food and the energy, which is now sitting in the packages that you can subscribe to, is not what you spend, is what you save but not spending. A lot of it will not come by spending anymore. A lot of it comes that you don't need to spend. The unit like the enhancement plasma enhancement unit added to it can provide feeding facilities, the wellness facilities. And it doesn't come by spending more, it's just the addition which we add to for it to become operational for that specific application.
Yeah, because we are old and we're on Social Security and we're not making any more money to cover all this.
This is the problem. This is actually one of the solutions we see, and this is something which I was discussing with the ambassadors and one of the world leaders very recently, past few days, is that we take over feeding your nation. Doesn't matter you're poverty African nation stricken, we take over. And then the ambassador told me something very, very funny thing. He says, a few weeks ago, we had a celebration in the country, and I had to attend the celebration. And the celebration was that they have given the power supply distribution and production to a company to start doing, and it has started. And then they took us to see what it is. There was 2 lampposts in the middle of nowhere. That was to celebrate that we have managed to start, we're giving the contract to a company to start building our power generation, distribution, and everything else. And we're celebrating the first 2 lampposts because we didn't even have them. And my discussion was with him that now with this technology, we don't need a lamppost. We can feed the nation. That's where they say you don't need to spend to come. But with it, we want certain assurances, certain ways to do things. The leap in technology knowledge is so huge. Many pensioners cannot afford anymore a lot of things. This year was a mild winter. When it's a harsh winter in England, tens of thousands die because they have to choose between the heating or the food. Maybe in 5 years, maybe sooner, maybe in 10 years, nobody needs to make this choice. Are we allowed to use the present system to feed people through wireless the way we started on Sunday, and you're testing it next week? Or do we provide the same way the emotion of the want that you don't have a choice? But the tricky thing is that now the government allows you to develop this technology to have both heating and the energy, most probably your wellness as to cover your old age, whatever condition in one system. Would they cut back on your financial support? They tell you you're getting $500 a month financial support pension. Now we are providing you the heat, the food, the energy, which does the Keshe Foundation. It costs them nothing. So we cut your income by 200-300 euros.
It's just
they won't
at
leave you
this
with a 5.
point, I would have to subsidize my tenants. And I don't have that money.
I think, in the coming months, that should not be it. with what we have in project with you and what we see. We have a very tricky position with the new plasma enhancement units, and that tricky position we have to be leveraging in a very fine way, not to make your meters to read zero. A lot of people think I'll have a zero consumption, and we know for a fact, we have the knowledge, we have had the knowledge. If we're playing with a field game of 90%, 80% hybrid, we provide 80% through plasma, and your electricity provider provides the other 20, and they know they have an income. But with a flick of a switch, we can make it 100% plasma production. But we need the supply of the supplier to tick into it. Then a lot of people say, oh, we buy generator, you try to do what you're trying to say. It will not work, because then you have to run a generator, then you have to do this and that. So we go in a norm of present today. What's going to happen? Why does the electricity board or the government run a power generation for you to be able to produce your power? Okay, we come to a point in America, on the reverse power, you have to pay if you produce and put power into the grid. In other countries, you don't. But what happened? We give you we give you 100% reduction. For us, we have it. We actually built it. We got the machine, and we had it for years. Now we produce this zero power. What is the arrangement between you and your government regarding the power supply, which they put all the cables down, all the power stations? The government has to pay, and you're not contributing anything to it because you're producing your energy. Governments will allow you by force in the future to use the hybrid system that you produce your energy, but still they're going to slam you with charges that we provide you the base. This is not going to change. It's just how fast the government become wise to it. This is, when you say we are pensioners, we can't afford it, we can give you 100% energy. Within 1 month, your electricity board will cut your electricity off for sure. You're not using us, you don't need us. Or you go to your electricity board and says, we need you to produce most of it, but we don't take from you, but how much would you charge us for using your input? What do you think they'll answer you?
You always have to pay.
Hey, so let's walk away from it. This whatever solution we put is an interim. Unless we go to the present system which we have developed on a, what do you call it, the tabletop, and then what it comes with the energy food. Okay, cut my electricity, I don't need it. Because I adapt my television to receive plasma. Once you plasma converted to the energy, any television works. We have the technology, we know how to do it. Once I'm in the house, I can heat and warm myself. And if I wish to boil a cup of water to boil, it will boil. And I receive my energy and food. And the government says you cannot come out of the house because you're using amenities we are paying for. You're not contributing, you're not paying any taxes for electricity, you're not paying any taxes for the supermarket, which makes profit for us, employment, and the rest of it. We are just creating an empty gap for a few years, maybe even faster once we go faster. But the governments will catch up. You have to, you want services, you have to. There is less hospitals, less doctors. And these are the realities we see. And that's why, before anybody else does, we have put the schemes up. Okay, we charge you €2,000 for your guaranteed security well. More or less. You don't need the government, you don't go to us. They don't come to you, they come to us. We want share of this. I'm sure at the end of it, you have to pay us to pay them. But how much less, and how much gap do you have in this space-time gap? You know what they say, Three things are guaranteed: birth, death, and taxes. They're gonna get you somewhere.
But the other thing that bothers me is that wherever I turn, I see them installing devices for tracking people and basically imprisoning us.
We gave them the right. You live in Los Angeles. In Los Angeles, by the papers you sign, apparently, you give the right to the operators to give your location on your mobile phone to the government, that they locate it, see how the traffic is, how they can control it. The mobile phone's information becomes a controller of traffic and a lot of other things.
Yeah, but like at every street corner now, they have what looks to me like where they're going to monitor who is moving where, when, how, and then in every street light they have weapons.
I don't know. That's America. The rest of the world, we can't afford these advanced technologies. But don't forget, they say if you're on the streets anywhere in Beijing, within 7 minutes, the government will find you. So it's not just America. They have tested it. If you walk around Beijing, within 7 minutes, you can be located. Face recognition.
If you had a lost child, wouldn't you want to be able to locate them?
Depends. We want to accept. You know, years ago, I'm going back to 1980s and 1990s. I used to travel to most remotest, strangest places in the world as part of my business. And there used to be a brand, you see them still in the airports, I see the shops. We used to have their watches. It's a yellow watch, very heavy. They used to strap it. There was no way you could cut this watch. And they guaranteed 24 hours rescue. Wherever you are, you kidnapped, you fell off the cliff, whatever. You paid huge amount of money those days, and we used to have to wear it. I used to hate this thing, wearing it, but it weighs a ton on your wrist. But you had a locator. We paid to be located. We literally paid. We're going to unknown lands in different part of Central Asia for work, or into Africa. We paid to be located. Now we paid for them to locate us. Doesn't matter what we do on the mobile phones. And actually we pay very little compared. We used to pay 35, 40,000 a year to be able to carry an emergency use these watches. And the technology of today locates you, otherwise you cannot find your mobile. You want to have a mobile, you want to be reachable. You know, when we go into security meetings, we literally strip up everything in our body. In the high-level security meetings, we don't even carry our shirts and jackets. And I was with a very high-ranking Israeli official security man 3, 4 weeks ago. He said, Mehran, you thought you got away with the trousers off? They planted it in me. I said, where? He said, you don't want to know. He said, now I had to, as part of my job, to be implanted. And the worst thing is they have a microphone in it. They hear even what I talk. So what do we know about what we know? We get a touch, we get a rash on the skin, they've implanted something inside you. It's not anymore, what do you call it? I have 2 point of view about this kind of securities. I love the way the Chinese do it. By creating a massive structure like this, they give the citizens a sense of security, and it stops the criminal to do, because they know they can be found out. Fighting it to stop it or create a condition that it can never stop. And this is the point of view from the Chinese point. I've seen it. I love to live in China. The security is beyond imagination. You walk safe. You are safe at any level. You go to one of the most cleanest nations on this planet. Everything is monitored. The government doesn't allow people, doesn't create condition for people to commit a crime. It's not that it's totally crime-less country, but everything possible to create conditions for criminals not to operate has been made by the Chinese government.
But don't they have a lot of corruption?
Corruption, those who created the corruption on the top have all been executed. President Xi of China, when he came into power 10 years ago, the corruption you hear now, there is, but under the carpet, very much deeper, and you've got to be very good to hide it. But if you heard about 10,000 people a year in the first 2 or 3 years of his reign were executed. Half of them were people who took corruptions and everything else. It still goes on, but China's bribery and corruption now is very much, very little. Still there, most probably. We don't see it, but it's gone. The way it used to be, it's gone.
It's just, I don't have a trust that the system here is benevolent.
Never been. That's your imagination. It cannot be. It cannot be, because by its nature, it creates people like Trump. That's the nature of America. Greed, ruthlessness, and anything to possess. American dream.
Do you
And
think Biden is any better?
he's worse, but he knows how to cover it better. They all come from the same school of thoughts. But politically is how you envisage it and how you set it. But carrying it out is totally different. You live in a democracy in the United States, which is a phantom democracy. The people in China live in a democracy which is real for them to be free. As long as you don't do anything wrong, you don't interact with the government, and you keep your things so in order, you are there because you know who's the boss, who's the bottom, who's the top. In the West, we don't have this. I think one of the bearable, most convenient nations to live in is in China at this moment of time. Will it change in the future? We'll see. But they go for facilitating than preventing, because facilitating brings the prevention.
What we hear here is that they kill the Uyghurs.
You mean in the US or in China?
In China.
Oh, you don't want to know what we hear in China about the Americans. Do you believe it? There is a tradition, and there is a way life is respected in China. That's why you have so many old people. What they make you to believe is not what it is, and not all of it.
Okay, one last question. I will not have much more money to invest in the next advances of the Keshe Foundation. So what do I do?
from the saving you will have. What the problem is, we as I said, not a problem. With the development of the new technologies and where it sits, you got to realize something very, very straightforward. What we explain and we get knowledge seekers to develop, like past 2 weeks, is already been planned over a year, 2 or 3 years ago, because we started teaching the seed of it to them before. And we could see we are coming to that point about a month, 2 months ago. And after the financial problem we had with what is going on now with the police and the rest of it, this would not divert our work from where we were planning to go. And we have already moved a step up to negotiate with the government. The negotiation with the government is very simple. We give you the technology which makes it accessible and makes it profitable for you not to spend. And it's now we are in negotiation with 7, 8 governments at the highest level with world leaders. And once one catches on, we see the same thing as what we saw with the distribution of the technology through the key, when we gave the technology in exchange for peace. This will go very rapidly, maybe in the next 2 years. Then you will see the benefits of it. We are talking to, we are setting plans for these things. We are working towards it. It's not something we're going to do. And we are already in part of different negotiations with different things. And I foresee that a lot of things cannot be done. We don't have the infrastructure to mass produce these things. We already have started negotiating with major corporations in the world on a direct negotiation. Philips International Holland is in the direct negotiation. I come from it. I'm proud to be working with them in negotiation with the medical application of the Keshe Foundation. We have open channel. We cannot do it, but the cooperation with Philips International, which I come on, bloodline comes from it. My father being one of the directors, I trust the company directly. And we have started negotiation. The medical application will go to Philips International directly. For us to set up a factory infrastructure, it takes years. Philips, I know how they work. Will take months. So we are taking these shortcuts. With energy production, the same corporations we are talking to direct to go in. The health application is more or less mature and it needs to be done. And if you're going to do 10 cases here, 5 cases there, no. Philips will embed it in every hospital around the world within a year, 2 years. So we're taking steps through that. We're going through the world because the technology is not mature. It's just the final touches of it, because I know when it's mature. Then we'll bring implication to governments. The transmutation, it's weeks away. Then how are we going to stop all the Africans not to go to New York and all the people in Washington run away because all the Mexicans are in Washington? This brings new application, but the governments have become wise to it. They have to become wise. And part of the 24th of March is the beginning of a new year and beginning of a new life for world leaders. I work 20 hours a day and everything is step planned years ahead. So how would the technology come to you in the next few months? Would you be able to invite your leaders, your mayors, your presidents or whatever to listen to the teaching or to the, what we call 24th meeting? The what we call the blueprint day, the 13th blueprint day, has already been seen by 5 of the most powerful world leaders. I personally said they confirmed they received, they're watching it. They don't know what to do with it.
Okay, and one more thing. How do I convince my 80-year-old husband that I'm not throwing money away in the tax accountant?
He does it when he sees them, he doesn't have to pay to your tenants to have electricity. This is very simple. The units which we have put out that are with us, they're going through the certification. We have to certify them. We were self-certifying it, which is CE standard we can do, but we decided to be on the safe side, we get it outside certified. I think it'll take another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then we'll be released. There is not getting the units out, is certification of the units, because if we self-certified, we can do it straight away. But we saw characteristics, we saw things which we decided for this going international has to be outside certified. So we did it with the magraphs. The first time we released the magraphs in Italy, we got them certified, what do you call it, tested certification by European standard. And we decided to do the same with the plasma units, with the, what do you call it, compact units. They'll be certified as a outside certification. We need to do it. Otherwise, you saw the units, the units are shown on the 13th, they're all sitting there. It's mainly to protect the foundation from the future, what do you call it, claims and mishaps.
So would my tenants need to pay their $1,000 a year for their health care?
If they want to be part, yes. In April, those of you who sign into the insurance policies of the Keshe Foundation, what I call plasma policies of it for different application, you'll be given invitation to go through the enhancement units by the doctors for certification that we have brought everything to a level. And then again, 6 months later, you'll be given another time to attend. Twice a year, you have to go through the system. It's to our benefit to do it, because if we see it during the process, you tell us you have seen this in your body or that in your body, or you felt this and that, we'll take you back on the process to understand through our doctors what has happened, what it needs to be done. That in 6 months' time doesn't become a bigger problem on 2 years down the line. Part of this process of the policies we put out is to, as we say, nip at the bud at the source. And it'll go back to our doctors. If in the process of what you call testing, what you call checking out, whatever it is, if our doctors see anything abnormality, you're asked to stay on with the system maybe a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 5 weeks, till we see that it's done. It's not that you just come in and go. The screening, especially the first year, is for prevention from the future problems. Now, if you see it, you automatically will be requested to stay on. And if you refuse to stay, we cancel the policy.
Are we going to have a veterinarian on call too?
Yes, they have a soul, but we don't know if he feels good or bad. I know you love your dog, but everything is the same.
Yeah, because we've had more seizures. Again, yesterday we had 5 seizures. So
you have to handle that one.
yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we are learning, we are adding, and we are developing further and further. And we have come out of that infancy for 20 years with all the problems we had. And now we are on the track to go with the way we wanted. Building factories on our own and these things would have taken a long time. We we had the research centers, we give the distribution and production to major corporations. And we have started with 3 corporations already. Philips International, we definitely had the Keshe Foundation wellness side. Unless they change the policy, we are there. To me, it's a home, and we have to see what's the next step with the development.
Okay, another question with these units.
Worse than you're getting worse than a lot.
I've been saving it up. I've been
carry on.
asking everybody in all the various meetings, and I don't get the right answers. So I have to come to the horse to hear it from the horse's mouth.
No, I'm not. But as President Nixon said, the buck stops here. Doesn't go any further. Yeah. Okay.
So with these, you said these units that are coming are 10 kilowatt. I thought I bought 2 kilowatt.
The power of this system goes to demand, and what your house allows it allows it. So,
and we cannot put too much of a load on it?
Your fuse box will blow up, not us. Your standard application will not allow you to go further than what is legally allowed.
Okay.
And they stay within the limit.
Okay.
Don't forget, these are hybrid plasma. And so they go to the demand, but you have a process with your supplier contractor and your wiring in the house.
Yeah, I thought the units I bought was pre-hybrid.
Yes, but now you get a hybrid, but we don't just tell you gave us something else. You get what is coming in.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
You've
so I don't need to
business
plan
class.
on going on an extra diet so that I have enough money for the next technology.
Don't forget, you with the new units coming with the hybrids is 120 or 150 euro per annum fee for 20 years. You'll be set back. Yeah. But let's see what comes up. What will replace
the problem for me.
Yeah, you'll save enough from your tenants. Don't worry. The biggest saving for you American comes during the summertime. You like to run your ACs at a full blast, but this time you don't pay.
See, I have tenants who will suffer the heat because they don't have the money.
Now they should have the money. With this technology, they should have. If we come to an agreement, this is something which we have to be very careful when we hit this on the head. In a way, if we come to an agreement with power generators, with the governments to the power generators, that they supply a basic background supply down the road as before, but the people will pay a fee like a car fee. You know, you pay taxes on your cars. Then doesn't matter how much you use, meter goes out of the window.
Yeah, but when I sent you the summary of the costs and my units, there are meters that I have like $500 or $600 a year.
Yeah.
And then if we tack on 120 or 150 for the service fee.
But if you pay only $100 for the electricity out of 500 or 600, do you understand?
Yeah. Well, you were saying up to 50%. And 50%, $250 savings.
But watch when it comes in. It starts around about 50, but it builds about 80, 70, 80 plus. We are monitoring it very closely. We have to monitor it. If I make it 0, you have no power. This is a very delicate position we sit on, and we have started negotiation with the governments, and we are doing it in different continents that cannot be influenced. And that is, the advantage with this hybrid system is huge, going outside the apartment you have. The advantage is there is a feedback into the system plus the usage system. The plasma has a double edge. If we can reduce the electricity to zero, but negotiate in advance with the government, it will be done in a area by area. The nation does not need to pay 30 billion to build a nuclear power station, to spend another 150 billion in next 30, 40, 50 years to demolish it. So the government, instead of building 5 nuclear power stations, which is now on the card because their natural resources are getting filled up, the government can build 1 nuclear power station. Maybe what they call normal fuel power stations to provide the basic grid and save billions for the nation. So if you're going to spend 150 billion to pay for the present time to build 5 nuclear power stations, now you spend 30 billion, you saved 120 billion. That has to go to the nation. You're not spending it, but you have an income from it. Is how we put the case from now on to the government. We are preparing to negotiate with the Ukrainian government directly because of the electric shortages. That will give them a security of supply by their own application. But once we open that in Ukraine, what would the rest of the European nations want the same? We have to sell the technology as a package. Now it's fully commercialized. We can show it. And it has to be accepted because there are huge energy lobbies that they don't want this to come out. It's how you handle it, how you bring it. And sitting at the head of the Keshe Foundation is the juggling I do day and night. I deal with knowledge seekers for a GANs, a bottle of the GANs they have, negotiate with knowledge seekers who helped us and we lost money, we have to sort something out for them. Sort out the development of the technology, negotiate with the governments and everything else. I work 20 hours a day. But the finest point comes, if we give it to the Ukrainians, the British want it, the American want it. So we have to come to a common sense knowledge to teach it the way we do publicly, that everybody makes their own system. Then you don't need for years and years supply. Every city will have 100 people, 100 groups that make the systems for everyone and becomes applicable immediately. How we run this in next 2 years, it will become crucial. I'll be assassinated, 99% is on the card. But we have to see how we can get, then becomes application of the pharmaceuticals, then become application of you don't need food. How are you going to get these agriculturists, these farmers for thousands of years cultivated? Now we don't need it. The impact of what is to come, we are very softly testing with you on a Sunday and a this and that, but it's huge. How can I tell you see, the African nations will jump on this very quickly because they want to feed the nation. Americans want to stop it because they can't flood Africa with cheap price and control their diplomacy. And the Chinese have a different agenda. I have a battle with the Iranian government on the other side with their religion. It's not easy taking my chair. Please come, anybody.
I know.
You sit there and you see. But we are born diplomats, we are born negotiators. It took me 2-3 years to convince the British government in Downing Street that you can make billions. They wouldn't accept it. When I start making, it says, oh, Mr. Keshe, you're making too much. we have to be part of it. We can do it ourselves. I said, you do it, no problem. When I've dealt with these diplomats and politicians for years, and I've learned how to deal with them. I always play like a fool, but I know exactly where I'm taking them as a clown. Exactly where they have to be. But the clown at the end of it turns up to be them, not us. But at this moment of time, especially now we've shown the energy, and then it comes the implication of delivery of it, which is coming through delivery. Then you have the agriculture. I'm traveling to China. Chinese are expecting something else, and there's something else on the table is going to blow their mind up. What is going to be in the next step? What are we going to do with Russia? What are we going to do with United States? We have a huge base in Brazil and Mexico. Are they going to wait till all the houses in America have all the units and everything? Or do we go universal application that we teach, but the foundation is kept in its position internationally? The biggest problem comes in next few months. Transmutation is going to bring a huge problem for governments. Passports become irrelevant. You're worried about the little energy with your tenants. I have a headache how I'm going to sell transmutation.
I know that.
Yeah, to governments.
To each his own.
Yeah. You know,
In
our first transmitter is American, and last week or the week before, I told him, "You move. I'm not telling you what to do." And he's listening. He's one of our beautiful knowledge seekers. And he said, I was there, but I wasn't sure I'm there. I had to open to my eyes to see if I'm still in the US or I'm in Austria. It's so real, it's so complete. We just need to give it a physicality, and it's done.
in the meantime,
Yeah. There's no meantime. At the moment we are in it. The meantime
but
is over.
like they are now doing all these mRNA developments, including with animal vaccines. And I think my dog's problems probably started with vaccinations, and they're required by law.
And yeah.
What do I do? Do I comply?
I don't know. I have a very clear mind because I've seen the damage of vaccination on my children. And I don't agree with them. But you have to see which part of the vaccination and what is the risk factor. I will not allow my children to have certain vaccine the way they set it out, because I know what the problem is. But I don't see why children cannot be vaccinated from the ones we know, which are safe, it's done, we see no side effect, nothing with it. There are 2-3 vaccines which are causing the problem. I was talking to Mario yesterday in this exhibition, and then he said, you know, Mr. Keshe, there are people who are still doing COVID vaccination. What? Hasn't they finished? No, there are people who are doing. Are there actually foolish people who are actually doing the COVID vaccination still?
Yes, especially in the United States.
God
and they
help.
even make you pay for them now. And
God
people
help.
still go there.
God help you. But we know what we do. What do we have to do? If we know the risks, we can avoid them, but the ones which are safe is for our children. I know a guy called Peter in Belgium. They took him to the parliament to in the court to say he's mentally demented because he opposes the 3 injections mixed together.
Right. And then they may want to lock you up in a mental facility and medicate you.
Yep. Where we showed, where we showed the Iranian flight system for the first time was in his center. He had battles years with the Belgians because he said these injections have this side effects, and we've seen it. We see it today. how many autistic children we have, how many children we have with different mental conditions. Report to Senate confirms it. They know it. And they say they knew it. But who took the bribe?
Yeah.
Who took the bribe? I was told by our Iranian team 2 or 3 weeks ago how we ran into a problem in the National Defense University with the guy who was appointed. Apparently he was well bribed and he'd done this to other people. Now he's on the investigation. But at the time, if that guy wouldn't have done what he did, millions of Iranians would have been saved and technology would have gone the way it went, because he showed 100% correction in National Defense University. Humans.
So
Anyway,
we have to plod along as we have
doesn't
been.
matter if we have everything, we got to plod along because we can't commit suicide to change this life. So the worst thing is, I have a very bad news for you. When we get all the energy sorted and all the wellness sorted and all the food sorted, that you don't get any contaminated food directly from the system and everything else, the worst news is you're going to live another 200 years, so plodding is going to carry on even longer. You understand?
Yes.
So we better become good plodders.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rick, shall we call it a day? We've gone long enough for today.
Yes, sure, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. And we see you next time. Those of you who been with us on Sunday for the what do you call, dining with the Creator, please make sure you are in every day between 4 and 7. And remember, please write down whatever you felt, you tasted, you ate, and how you behaved emotionally towards yourself. How you slept, how you behave towards others, what other people around you tell you about your behavior, your emotional behavior. And we are not looking for you to go on the diet or you don't feel good, because we feed the soul. Maybe the first week you need to extend your soul in whatever emotion side and everything else. And please don't stay on the line more than half an hour. We are monitoring it because we don't think it should be more than half an hour, unless you are obese and you want to sit for 3 hours to eat. And those of you who are with us with the, what do you call it, the compact unit, please make sure you place your orders, get them paid, because we get receiving orders and we have to know exactly where we're going to do it if our negotiation with the governments and everything else pushes forward. And the what do you call, we should most probably will have a new blueprint days in the next couple of weeks, because we have some new interesting things to market and to show you the next step in technology. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you next week.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you.
All right, I think that brings to an end our 474th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. Our next public teaching workshop will be the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace and Justice. And that comes up following Tuesday, the 28th of February. And that starts at the 4 p.m. Central European time.
I just been sent a message from our team to remind you that those of you who bought the plasma mirrors, we told you it'll be ready by March. They are finished and they'll be delivered next week. So expect your mirrors to be delivered to you next week. And then in the teachings, we tell you how to use it, because it is prepared about a month earlier than we thought. And we call them the advanced version plasma field mirrors. It's not a flat one, it's the one which will have much more effect, powerful effect than the others. So they will be, you'll be receiving them, and let us know when you receive them, please.
Okay, and Mr. Keshe, one last question about the meetings of next week. Jefferson asks, is it 4 a.m. or 4 p.m.? 4 to
Pardon?
7. Is it 4 to
Pardon?
7 4 to 7 p.m.
Central European time.
p.m. Yeah. And there's you recommend half hour per day or for the week for somebody?
Per day. Otherwise, you'll be very fat if you eat there more than half an hour.
Right on.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much once again, Mr. Keshe. There's so many workshops here, and each one with new knowledge for us to digest. Okay, I think that wraps it up for now. I'm going to go out with the horizontal enhancement spaceship unit, and we'll see you all in the next public teaching workshop. Bye for now.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. Creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.